Height does not win this. This is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing queen traps I've seen.
Oh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my God.
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you win the time!
He loses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that White's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome back to more action from the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me today is my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, you had the call on the exciting finish yesterday between Wonder Liang and Andrew Hong. You excited for more JSCC today?
I am very excited. Good morning, Robert, and good morning to everybody. Man, that was a finish for the books and for the ages yesterday. It all came down to the last game, and it made me hunger for more JSCC action. I'm very glad I didn't have to wait long. It's only the following morning, and we have another epic match in store for us today.
I'm glad you brought your appetite and hope everybody at home did as well, because we do have a great matchup between the 6th seed and the 11th seed. That is Kirill Shevchenko, the Ukrainian player, taking on Shamsiddin Vokhidov from Uzbekistan. And Danya, we know these two players very well. They're extremely talented. And if we look at their insights for a second here, what do you make of the numbers between them?
Well, it's interesting. I would guess that Shevchenko is a name that more viewers have heard by now. He's won a couple of Title Tuesdays, and he's the favorite according to the rating calculations. But then you look at the average accuracy, you look at the other stats here, and you look at the total games, and you begin to realize that Vokhidov is actually a very, very experienced blitz player. And as we know, in terms of quashing the butterflies in your stomach when you're playing in front of a lot of people at an important match, experience is absolutely crucial and should not be discounted.
That's right. And Kirill Shevchenko, he won an important over-the-board event, that Tall Memorial Blitz tournament in Riga after the Grand Swiss. He got first place ahead of Arjun Erigaisi, Fabiano Caruana, and others. And Vokhidov, he's beaten Magnus Carlsen in a rated rapid game. I believe that was the 2018 World Rapid Championship. So both these players have huge successes to their name.
They do. And let's have a look at the Smarter Chess stats by chessgoals.com. This is what I was talking about in terms of the blitz rating. Kirill is over 3,000. I mean, that in and of itself already says a lot, but he has lost his only JSCC match. So, you know, that might be both good and bad. It's going to make him hungry to reestablish a positive record. On the other hand, maybe it's going to give him some bad memories, but it's a new match. It's a new page in his book, and I can't wait for this match to get started.
And it's an entirely new bracket. He may have lost his previous match, but as we look at the bracket in this year's edition, let's look at the track for these players, because we don't know who's going to win between the two of them. But as we check across the bracket here, we see these players, they're situated in the bottom right-hand side of the screen. Whoever wins this will await the winner of Hans Niemann versus Velimir Ivic. So the road gets no easier, no matter who is the victor of this one.
No, and unlike some NBA matchups in the first round of the playoffs, I don't see easy matches for anybody. And, you know, I see above Shevchenko, Vokhidov, Niemann against Velimir Ivic. That's going to be a mouth-watering match. Really, all of these, no matter where your eye wanders to, already in the first round, we're going to see. And we already have seen tons of intrigue, and that's what makes the JSCC so magical. There are no matches where you can expect beyond a shadow of doubt what's going to happen. Wouldn't be interesting otherwise.
For sure. And well, we just want to note that this format, the 3 hours of blitz and bullet chess, it's grueling. It's exhausting for these players. And as we saw just yesterday, even if you face a multiple game deficit, 5-game deficit, you can still mount a comeback, as Andrew Hong almost successfully did yesterday.
Yeah, and if you look at the number in the tens digit of the amount of time allotted to each time control, 30 minutes of bullet, that might not seem to be decisive, but to your point, Andrew Hong was staring down a 5-point deficit, and he brought it all back before the last game. And it was a wonders, nerves of steel, ice water in his veins. Name the cliche. It was only because of that he was able to pull through in the very last game. But there's plenty of time for all sorts of shenanigans to go down.
And today, those shenanigans will be between Shevchenko and Vokhidov. And before we get to the start of the match, we do want to thank our presenting sponsors, because the Susquehanna International Group, SIG, is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. But for now, Danya and I will take a quick break. The players will get set and return. On the marks they go, because the JSCC presented by SIG will continue with the next match between Shevchenko and Vokhidov.
Did you know you can watch top chess events right on your phone? You don't even need to download an app. Just open any mobile browser and head to chess.com/events. You can see what's happening right now, check out top games, see results, and so much more. Try it for yourself at chess.com/events.
And as we bring you back into this JSCC match, we see that Shevchenko and Vokhidov squaring off. And it is Shevchenko, Danya, who is the favorite in all three time controls.
Yes, I mentioned his higher blitz rating, but we can also see the smarter chess predictions here: 5.5, 3.5, 6-4, and 5.5 to 4.5. So in order to be competitive in this match, Mr. Vokhidov is going to have to surpass those predictions pretty heavily in one of the time controls. Where is he going to do it? Well, I always say this, but you know, when you're lower rated in a match, when you're the underdog, you got to get off to a good start, because you get off to a bad start. You're down by 3 or 4. And in your mind, you might be saying, well, here we go again. This is what I thought would happen. So you almost have to prove to yourself, Robert, that you can do it and that you could counteract the predictions.
Yes, and you know how I feel when Smarter Chess makes his predictions here, but they tend to be quite accurate. So for today, it's Shevchenko is the favorite all time, which is I actually think that's correct because as you mentioned earlier, I know
Smarter Chess are correct.
I know. I'm sorry.
Who am I commentating with? What Robert Hess is this?
I'm a changed man. What difference a day makes, all that good stuff. But I do think that Shevchenko is the favorite in all time controls. We've seen him win Title Tuesdays. We saw him win the after the Grand Swiss, that Tal Memorial Blitz event in person, as I mentioned, ahead of Fabiano Caruana, Arjun Erigaisi, many strong players. So I do think that Shevchenko just happens to be an absolute beast in this format. And I'm going to have to give him the nod in every single time control. Slightly.
I was going to say, are you going to give him the nutter back? But, you know, I'll be able to make those puns a little bit later.
Yeah, you've been sitting on that one, I feel like. So we have Shevchenko and Vokhidov. The action should start any moment now. I think we're all just anticipating what will be a hard-fought match. And I did say that Shevchenko is the favorite in all time, and I'm not going to take that back. But I do think that Vokhidov can surprise many, as he's not as well known. You pointed that out. And look at their ratings to start with. It's pretty close on paper.
It's close. And I played Vokhidov tons of times on chess.com. We played lots of blitz matches, and he is no pushover. Let me put it that way.
No, he's not. I mean, already we have a Sicilian to start the match. Hopefully that means we're in for not a theoretical battle, but a battle over the board here. And it's Shevchenko. He's the one who's taking his time out of the opening here. You think he's caught by surprise?
Well, it's Taimanov. I honestly don't remember what Vokhidov's main opening is, but it's probably not the Taimanov. And this move, Queen D1 to D3, there has been an explosion recently of, I would call it, weird ways for White to play various Sicilians. This has happened in the Najdorf. People have started playing 6H4. And it started playing across many lines, but now he's thinking again. And Vokhidov's response wasn't that unusual at F6.
No, and I thought you'd take on C6 before going for this, because you usually want to go Queen G3, and after there's a Queen trade on G3, the H pawn takes, and he goes for this line. But it just does feel a little bit strange here, the way White plays, because you moved several of the same pieces multiple times.
And now that here comes the knight back from B5 to D4, H7, H5 by Vokhidov, potentially paving the way for knight G4. So a pretty unorthodox opening really by both players, but Vokhidov playing this a little more normally.
Yes, and he can throw in H5 to H4 and maybe even H4 to H3 at some point just to chisel at White's pawn structure from G2 to E4. And as we just see, B5, H5, Black is playing on all sides of the board. There's a knight in the center, and getting hit from every which way in a blitz game can be disorienting.
I already don't really like this for Kirill, and he's spent over a minute. He doesn't have much to show for it. And the move F4, it's very tempting. It kicks the knight away, but that's why Vokhidov put the knight on E5. He can play either knight G4 or, very common in the Sicilian, he can counterstrike at White's knight with B5, B4. And if we look at that line, Robert, you might say, oh, this loses a knight. F takes E5, B takes E3, and just chilling, taking all Black's pieces. Oh, small problem. Just a small issue.
Just a little bit. I don't think people want to lose in about 15 moves from the White side in the first game of a match. So F4 off the table for now. So what should White do? Maybe Queen to E1, because that sets up F4 for the future. And I think the reason F4 doesn't work is because after B4, the knight moves, but knight takes E4, hits the queen on G3. So you gain that tempo. So Queen E1 seems to be a flexible approach from White's perspective. And then Black will have to think, do I push B4 or should I refrain from doing so? I think a lot of players push that pawn forward to attack the knight, but I don't believe that B4 would be good from Black's perspective just yet.
Yeah, it could be premature. And another way that you could prepare for B4 is King B1, which is a good move in general in these positions. And that opens up the C1 square for the bishop. Sometimes when Black's knight jumps into C4, the best way to disarm that move is with bishop C1. But I agree. I like Queen E1. I don't think White's position is dire, but he has spent a wagon load of time here as he goes knight D4 to B3.
Yeah, and we saw what happened yesterday when Andrew Hong, game after game, was spending all that time in the early going against a wonder. He just was down several minutes, and it was hard for him to calculate without the time. But look at Vokhidov. I mean, every single move coming with purpose and also being played quickly. So with a 2-minute and 20-second lead on the clock and this move A3, he creates a hook, does Shevchenko, in his own position, allowing, as you're pointing out, A5, B4, and that queenside is about to be blown open.
Are you kidding me? This is very unpleasant for white. And here we go. B4 is coming. And then if the A file opens, whoa.
Danya, how many times did that knight move? It went knight F3, knight takes D4, knight B5, knight back to D4, knight to B3, back to D4.
Back to D4.
It's moved way too many times in the first 15 moves of the game, and black has just played very typical moves and now can play this move B4. I understand why Vokhidov he's thinking here, because after B4, there's knight jumping into B5, and now you have to think, is that knight going to harm me? The answer doesn't appear to be yes, but I think that it's smart to calculate right now when you're so far ahead on the clock.
Yeah, and that's one of the great skills in the 5-minute time control is knowing where to pause and where to examine how to proceed, where to detect the critical moments, because we've seen some players who overcompensate. They tell themselves, I can't get into time pressure. They play too fast. And then we saw this a little bit yesterday with a Warner, by the way. He was skipping over some critical moments and leaving points on the table, even though, of course, he ultimately won the match. And this has happened. B takes A3 and knight takes A3. So the other knight now starting to move again and again.
But we shouldn't discount the fact that the black king is still in the center. So a move like D6 to D5, opening up that bishop and trying to hit the E4 pawn or replace the pawn with the knight on D5, that looks great for black. But as soon as the D4 knight goes to B5, all of a sudden you may want to win a pawn in the center, but your king sits uncomfortably on E8. So I would be very nervous to make a move like D5 from black's point of view.
I understand that, but I think, how else are you going to chip away at white's position, and how else are you going to conduct your initiative? And he plays D5.
Mm-hmm.
And this has happened, and I
told you.
I know what you're talking about, because also bishop B6 is before you know it, there's a bit of a reversal of fortune here.
Yeah, because the black king, even if you go bishop takes A3 and try to castle, you're castling into danger because the H4 pawn is loose and the attack will rage on that side of the board. So as you mentioned, bishop B6 is a threat. Bishop C5, just trading the dark square bishops and taking over these squares. And D takes E4. Are you really going to play that, opening up that rook on D1? I wouldn't be so brave.
Yeah, and I just don't want to give up my dark squared bishop. That is a crucial attacker, but maybe you have no other choice. Maybe you have to get away from the center. I'm also... Now, rook A6 puts the rook directly in the line of fire of the bishop. It opens up discovered check possibilities. All of a sudden, we have a 180. And I think this move H4, that was a step in the wrong direction. That sent white's queen back to F2, where it's linking up with the bishop and threatening all sorts of funny business.
I think that Vokhidov wanted to play D5 so badly, and he was worried that with the queen on G3, there'd be like a bishop F4, just putting full pressure on that E5 knight, which would be pinned in that situation. So that's why he kicked the queen back. But as you're stating there, that the queen on F2 is actually perfectly placed with that bishop on the same diagonal because of this bishop B6, knight C7, or bishop C5 ideas, just to go at the recently exposed black king.
And now the time situation has equalized, and maybe black shouldn't panic. Maybe the best move is something calm like bishop E7, bishop B6, and castles, but then bishop C7 seems to win the knight. So I can just show this really fast. If you just say, all right, I'm going to leave the center, this is a fork, and apparently black has some sort of engine-like defense here. In any case, Vokhidov, he took on A3 and he took on E4. Fearless.
Yes, but maybe he's going to be fearful in a second. You're not castling now, and if you play knight D5, now I can just take back that pawn on E4. So you would have to keep pawn grabbing with E takes F3 in order to be able to plant a knight on D5. But as you're,
there was 94.
Yeah, the good find. But he just takes back, and now the G file's open. White's king is not going to be checkmated unless you don't see that after rook B8, your B2 pawn's under attack, which I'm pretty positive he will. So, oh gosh.
Well, now my opportunistic tactical brain was eyeing rook takes D. I don't like queen D4. I thought maybe queen E3 is a better idea. The point is, you want to get this knight either to C4 or to B5. And if it gets to D6, black is busted immediately. But this allows the knight to step back with tempo. I don't know.
After knight C6, is there still knight C4?
No way. Knight C6, knight C4. I take your queen.
Just go knight d6 check and get your queen as well.
Boom, 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 boom.
And then bishop takes d4 at the end.
Oh, that's so pretty. It looks like black's got everything under control, but no. Takes here, and bishop takes f6.
That's simple.
All of a sudden, the bishop is saying, "What is it? What a nice line."
Yeah, of course, I calculated all the way through. I saw it coming.
Of course.
Well,
Was that ever in doubt?
I saw that
knight c6 has happened.
Knight c4. Yeah, no, this is a game-ending tactic, and I believe that Shevchenko. No, well, I guess.
Whoa, queen b8. I thought this allows queen b8.
Shouldn't have been believing, but queen b8. There's still knight b5, right? If you ever take on d6, knight takes d6. Maybe you escape, but it doesn't look very good for black.
Yeah, I thought maybe king f8 there. I mean, I don't see a choice because if you allow one more move, I think you can just administer the last rights. He goes rook c8. I think you can administer the last rights.
Which of the many winning moves should we play? Knight b5 he goes for. Knight a7 is kind of a threat too.
Queen f8 is a threat, and knight d6.
That's beautiful. Oh, queen sack in game one.
Get out of here. Knight d6 is coming. White's up a piece, and Vokhidov lets his time run out.
Wow.
It starts with a bang.
And didn't we see earlier that Vokhidov was the one up 2 minutes and 20 seconds? He lost on time, and Shevchenko still had a minute plus on his clock. So that was a big victory for Kirill because that could have went very poorly for him. And yet he was able to withstand the initial problems and then win that game quite nicely and tactically.
Gosh, that turned around so quickly. I mean, we had a complete 180 after the opening, which I don't think Kirill is going to be repeating.
No, I don't think he enjoyed moving that knight so many times. This isn't the merry-go-round. And here we see a solid setup from Shevchenko. We have a hedgehog structure with the eventual d5 being on black's agenda, but you don't want to make that move too soon because that could be a losing move if you play it too early. Yeah,
the hedgehog structure has been around since the 70s. I feel like Yasser here, but my coach, Lev Sarkis, a longtime coach who's now a grandmaster living in Israel, Lev was one of the original, how do I put it, proprietors of the hedgehog structure, and he played it against Lubomir Luboyevich in Lone Pine in 1973.
The thing is, you sound like you're joking. I believed every word you said. Like I'm about to go look up that game. That game?
No, it's all true. It's all true. Sakis played it
against Luboyevich
extensively. I think he played it against Luboyevich. I made it up a little bit. Luboyevich himself, who was a Yugoslav grandmaster, played the hedgehog himself in the 1970s together with Sakis. And there's your move, d5.
Yeah, well, I mean, white was striking first with a5. That knight on a5 is pestering black's bishop on b7. He says, have that bishop. Look at the knight on c5. It's aiming towards the b3 square. So you have to be very careful as white. And yeah, that's already tactically an issue.
Because black can just recapture on b7, simultaneously defending the knight, and you're losing an exchange. Uh-oh. And if white doesn't take b7, that queen is directly in the line of fire of black's rook. White is the one who needs to be very careful here.
And if you ever take on c5, your dark squares are a problem because you've already played the move f3. So at this stage, Danya, white could be facing a defeat in a couple moves if he's not careful.
That is not an exaggeration. And the one tactical perk that white has here is the fact that black's queen is also x-rayed by the rook. But how do you take advantage of this? The move b4 could be considered at some point, but black already has tactics with d4. Okay, so Vokhidov takes twice. I think that might be the most prudent.
Just looks worrisome for both. The rook staring down the c file, the rook staring down the d file, like knight takes d5. Everything seems like it's threatened, and yet the eval bar says slightly better for black, but nothing major. But that, I think, underestimates or doesn't really depict all the tactics that are at play right now.
No, it does not. And the most immediate question is which piece to capture with. There's our answer. Bishop takes d5. And I think Kirill wants to put that knight in the center. The knight and rook pair results in a lot of danger for white's queen.
And it looks like after that trade, white has to move b4, right? If you're not careful, b4 pins or takes advantage of the pin knight on c5, and it doesn't look like you can move out of that. So you have to be very, very careful. Knight takes e3 will be available to black because if you ever trade on c5, there's this pin down the diagonal.
So you can do something like this, rook d e8, very cold-blooded move. That creates another x-ray against white's queen. So an intensely complicated situation. I think Vokhidov might be going for this. Let's see. So he does take on d5. Kirill could take with a rook. That's not out of the question.
It just feels like if you take with the rook on d5, black's pieces are awkwardly placed. You immediately attack the queen, and that's a good thing. But then your knight is pinned on the c file. Your rook is a little loose on c8, and your a6 pawn is still going to be under attack if that knight is to move. So I get it. It seems to avoid initial wave of tactics from what white's threatening, but it does create a lot of loose pieces.
I agree. I think if you can make this work tactically, then you should take it with a knight. But he has to have a specific response plan to b4, because if he doesn't, he's at risk of losing a piece.
Right. And he's doing the right thing and thinking right now. Step one was correct. Bishop takes d5. Now, if the knight took, he's considering, do I go rook takes d5? I see it's a little loose, but it might just be fine if I concretely calculate on the lines. And knight takes d5 similarly, with b4 being white's next move. Can I get away with that? And I think he'll figure out the answer is yes. And if he does, knight takes d5 feels a little better.
And honestly, that's why the 5-minute time control produces such high quality games, because you can, if the occasion calls for it, just hunker down for 2.5 minutes and do some heavy duty calculation.
Mm-hmm.
As we're seeing now.
I just went to look at the players' faces, and you see both of them just locked in. And Shevchenko, he's taking out his lip a little bit there, as all great thinkers do, and he's trying to figure out, do I just play knight takes d5? And he is down 1.5 minutes on the clock, Tanya, and he goes for knight takes d5. But I was going to say that I feel like the time, 2 minutes left for this position, with all the liquidation we've seen, it's not too worrisome.
No, and here's b4. We're about to see what it is that Kirill has in mind against this move. Is it queen e5 counterattacking the bishop?
Oh, that's really nice. The bishop c5 has knight f4.
And now the other bishop gets captured with a fork, no less. Oh my goodness.
Gosh. Yeah, that's really nice, actually. So queen e5 is even simpler than, potentially giving up 2 minor pieces for rook and pawn, which should still be perfectly fine. He goes queen e5. We know what a great tactician Shevchenko is. And if you think you're just sliding that bishop away, bishop f2, but watch out for bishop g5, right? It's like if you go bishop d4, then maybe there's a pin down the d file that you have to be nervous about.
Right. Bishop d4, I feel like there's going to be a knight move. Maybe knight takes b4.
Oh, good
Just
tactical eye.
Getting rid of the pawn and pinning the bishop. Okay. Mm-hmm. Whoa. Knight c4, queen takes a1. Whoa. A queen sack, and now knight b3. And this is what he's calculated.
Oh, my goodness. So queen d1?
He's going to take the rook.
Mm-hmm. Now if queen takes.
And then is he going to take the knight and then the bishop?
Oh, he might go for that.
Sort of but then the bishop drops back, and I'm not sure that's too great for black. Although black can eliminate the b pawn and is going to have very good drawing chances there.
Right, because otherwise, queen d1 hits the knight on b3, so we sort of have to react by taking on a1. And can you get away with taking on e3? That's another thing, because if you can get your bishop on the diagonal and pin the, and we're going to see this right now. So after queen takes a1, if you can take on e3, play bishop f6, bishop d4, perhaps you're just winning that knight on e3, and then you have 2 rooks against a queen. And
if you have 2 rooks against a queen, let's not forget this move f2, f3. That's a pretty serious weakness, even with a limited number of pieces on the board. And Kirill is going for it. This is excellent recognition, not an easy line to go for. Bishop d4 is on tap, and this knight's days are numbered.
Wow, what calculation. That was a deep line.
That is incredible.
How many moves is that? It started with knight takes d5 from black, so we're already 6 moves deep in the line. It keeps going, because after, say, queen a6, eventual bishop c4 for white, we have to evaluate this position and do so accurately, because you are getting that knight back. White has his b pawn still on the board. The f7 square could be a bit tender. And so with opposite colored bishops, and with the imbalance of 2 rooks versus queen, it's a whose king is safer, and it does appear that black's king is safer. So practically speaking, Shevchenko has great chances to even win this game, not just hold.
Yeah, I think that a draw is the likeliest outcome when you have these 2 rooks versus queen situation, but it's all about, as you enter the time scramble phase, who has the easier game, who's got the practically easier position to play, and it's often the side of the safer king and with physically more pieces on the board. So I like Kirill's chances as Vokhidov drops to below a minute as he realizes what the idea is. And queen a3, by the way, it doesn't really help because after bishop d4, you can't stop rook c3.
That's
So
right.
he decides to take the pawn.
And here comes bishop d4. I like king f2 because the king can escape to g3, and it seems opening up the second rank. That
I don't know about that one.
Incredibly risky. I'm just taking that knight.
Maybe make some luft.
Maybe he's thinking about rook c3 potentially right now.
I don't know. I feel like too many hands spoil the broth here. You should just take the knight.
But he's thinking, so he must either be counting, do I just play h6 or something like that first, or do I take a knight that's free with check? You play that move instantly if you're going to play it, though.
He wants to squeeze the maximum out of that position. But he's down to 50 seconds. He takes the knight finally, rook a8, hitting the queen. And I really, really would take a tempo to create some luft at some point. Maybe now, maybe go g6.
Yes, and he's repeating with his rook. I don't think he's actually going to make a draw right now. And he goes rook to b8. But Daniel, what he did was maybe a little bit instructive from a blitz point of view, or now a bullet point of view. He wanted to make his second move instantly. So he wanted to put Vokhidov on the clock. And that's why he took a while playing bishop takes e3.
Right. And now he succeeded. Queen a3. For some reason, Shamsa didn't. Oh, b5, there might have been rook a8 and rook a2, pinning the bishop. So he drops his queen back. If Shevchenko wins this pawn, then he's obviously firmly in the driver's seat, but it's not an easy pawn to win. Maybe impossible. So
bishop c4, g6, queen b3. You can always line up against the pawn, and black can easily defend it with one of the rooks. But the problem with defending with the rook is that you can't bring that second rook into the attack.
That's right. h4 instead, creating more space on the king side. Queen drops into a6, and all of a sudden, if white can get h5, and then it's going to be black's king that's experiencing difficulty. It seems like Kirill is not very confident in this position.
No, and I would
go h5.
I was about to say I would play h5 as well. He goes rook to f6, defending actively. I like that. No, after f4.
Okay.
d8. Bishop can always go to d4. So black's pieces all defend each other, which is really nice.
But white had so many chances to go h4. Now white's king is restricted again. But this might be a standstill.
And normally this configuration would be terrible for black with a rook on king on g7, but the queen could never pin the rook because the bishop on d5 is loose.
Right. And white has to be very careful about rook d2 and bishop g1 setting up mate threats.
And he starts with bishop d4. Okay. You can always just bring his bishop back. f5 is an idea for white at some point.
Absolutely. Black shouldn't really play f5 because that opens up the diagonal, allows queen e8.
So he sits with bishop f6, but that takes the eye away from the b pawn. And look at this, rookies. Those rooks might come in.
Oh, here they go. Rook d2. No, he goes rook d4 first, attacking the bishop.
And rook e3 is tempting to me. There he goes with it.
There's tons of mate threats. b6, but the pawn is running, and he's got 4 seconds.
Rook
Black can lose this too.
Oh my gosh, rook f4, b7, rook takes h4, check.
Oh, king g2.
Oh my gosh, watch out. Rook g3 check might be a threat at some point.
But if you make a queen, he just takes a rook g3. No, it doesn't work.
Oh, is he mating him?
No, he's just winning pawns.
He's at least a draw by just checking with the rooks.
And at most a draw.
Wow.
What a game.
Just go back to f3.
Oh!
Oh my gosh,
one of them is going to flag at this point. No!
Barely got that one off, but it said for a split second there, Danya, that black was actually winning. So I wonder where that was. We can check it out later. That was a close one.
Yeah, we can, as the next game begins, we can go back real fast, if you don't mind. I'm very curious myself. So apparently after king g2, rook g4 was correct. Oh my, rook a3, the cold-blooded move.
Oh, because you can't queen, because after you take the queen, you win the bishop on c4. After queen b2 check, you just put a rook on c3.
Nuts. And then you just put rook c3, the most important move of all. And apparently this is winning because bishop takes g3 is coming, and black is basically taking everything.
Wow.
Oh my lands.
I mean, we of course blame the players for not seeing it. It was so obvious. How can they miss that?
Come on. We saw that, and we would see that in our sleep.
You're moving your rook away from the attack, just throwing to the other side of the board, and that's the winning move. If you're not finding that with 2 seconds on your clock. But Danya, we're in the next game here. Very close position to start this one. And I don't know, whose style would you say this position is more in the favor of?
I'm still getting a handle on Shevchenko's style. I feel like Vokhidov I know a little bit better just because I've played him so many times. But both of these players, they're largely universal. I think, they're new generation players. And this new generation, even the young players, they don't necessarily have clearly defined tactical tendencies as previous generations of young grandmasters had. I think, at least that's my theory.
Yeah, and Jeffrey, who we had on yesterday, Jeffrey Jog, he was saying that, I was thinking about him, and he was thinking about a Wonder, and it's true that we saw Wonder play E4, A6 one game, and they can play pretty much anything, and they've been accustomed to playing many games in a row in blitz chess. So I think that a lot of young players have a very universal style, as you're saying, and right now this is extremely closed. I kind of wish that this part of the universe didn't necessarily exist as much.
Right.
Let's get some tension in the position. Let's get some trades. Do not play knight e5 from white. That's just one thing you have to avoid, because knight takes e5, the queens are exposed to one another. And so you either drop your queen, or if you trade queens in that moment, the knight comes back from e5 and black steals a piece.
And it's very common to blunder a pawn like this. If there was a pawn on e5, it could be captured. So knight a3 to b5, attacking c7.
Mm-hmm.
And if you defend it, then you might drop a7, but then the rook comes back to a8. So I don't think Kirill can take that.
No. And if you can't take it, I don't like the knight going from a3 to b5. We already saw Kirill do that in the first game, right? The knight moved a million times. And in this game, the knight went a3 to b5. And if
here we go again.
It's going to go back.
But I think you could also try the move c4. In order to open up the c3 square for the knight. And then you almost transpose into a more conventional type of Catalan structure.
And I mean, I like the bishop on g2, but also compared to a typical Catalan, I like the bishop on f5 for black.
Yeah, that's a nice bishop. He plays c4. What I don't like from black's perspective is the knight on c6. Oh, but one tactic you have to be... No, never mind. I thought after knight c3, there's knight takes c4, but the knight on c3 defends the queen. That's quite important, actually.
Very. And we still see the position without any exchanges, and we're 11 moves in, and look at the clock situation. Kirill under 3 minutes, Shevchenko a minute ahead on the clock. So let's see, is black just going to play a6? That would be my first instinct, just kick that knight. But the knight does want to go to c3, as you've been highlighting. So do I want to welcome it back is the question.
Yeah, so maybe you should just castle. And it's possible that white will go knight c3 on his own volition, then you can save time. Not that a6 is such a bad move. Maybe black would play it anyway.
Right. And one thing that I'm keeping an eye on is after castle is knight e5 an idea for white, because the a7 pawn might be hanging in some positions if black isn't careful. I think knight e5 could be a bit premature, but if the knights are swapped, a7 is loose, maybe we can go pawn grabbing.
Yeah, and let me just show why knight takes a7 doesn't work. You can see the eval bar. Throwing a fit there, and that's because of rook a8. Knight can't move because the queen is pinned, and there's no way to move the knight and attack black's queen. If the black queen was on d8, in these kinds of situations, you always have to watch for that, right? Knight moving away and attacking the queen, but queen on d7 is well placed here.
That's right. And the move knight e5 that I've been mentioning, I don't think it does the trick, because after the exchange of knights in the center, pawn takes knight e4. Do you really want that pawn on a7? I don't think the answer is yes, but you can grab it. Like, that's the thing. It's possible to take, but bishop c5, all of a sudden black's pieces come to life. And is it worth that pawn? Yasser would probably say yes.
Right. Gift. I'm a pawn grubber. Gift me the pawns. Remember when I grabbed a pawn like this against Victor? Victor the Terrible, they called him. And Bugoyno in 1981.
I just love his story about, his joke about walking through the Gobi Desert.
The Gobi Desert, yeah, that was hilarious.
So knight e4 played. So white didn't go knight e5, so black said, I'll take the opportunity to throw my knight forward. And now if knight takes e4, d takes e4, that pawn on d4 is loose. So white is not capturing that knight.
It's so annoying that you can't play knight e5. You pointed that out much earlier, and here that becomes a problem after knight takes e4, d takes e4.
Right. So he just says, I'll calmly play rook c1, and we still have not had a trade yet.
And black could try rook fd8, which would actually set up the threat of knight takes c3 and then knight takes d4, that tactic I pointed out earlier.
That's actually very easy to overlook from White's perspective, because after rook f d8, you'd be tempted to play rook f to d1 and get your rook on a good line, but that queen on a4 would be loose. So great point by you, Danya, that this could be a potential blunder.
Right, with knight takes f3 as an intermezzo, and then you recapture the queen. This is actually a very instructive tactic here. You don't want to take e2. You want to take f3 first, then you take d7, and you're fine. But that ship has sailed. Well, maybe it hasn't. He's gone rook f8 just one move later.
I wasn't expecting this to appear on the board, but there is the bishop move to f6, so that was thrown in. And now takes on d5, and these tactics with taking on d4 no longer work. So if we just make some random move like h4 or something,
right? That's exactly the move I was thinking of too.
Yeah, like pawn takes or rook takes. After knight takes d4, there's just rook takes d4, and the rook protects the queen. You get 2 minor pieces for the rook, and this is a great deal for White.
Yeah, 2 minor pieces in the middle game like this, it's totally unthinkable, even if technically the material is close to equal.
Right. And Danya, I think that, what changed? The pawn was on c4. Now it's not. It's actually a big difference because the 4th rank was open. And now, if these tactics with knight takes d4, once the white knight takes on d4, it protects the queen on b5. So this tactic has been in the air, and it's a really central idea in this position, but it does not work. Kirill has made sure that his queen will survive.
Excellent move, queen b5, and a very annoying one. He wants to grab this pawn on b7. And he's got 51 seconds. So Vokhidov, he has to find a way to maintain the tension and keep posing problems. Maybe you've got to go rook b8. Not going to win any beauty prizes for that one, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
True, because b6 is a blunder. The knight on c6 needs the pawn's defense. So b6 would allow tactics along the c file. The knight moves away from c3, and then down goes the knight on c6. So rook b8. Yeah, he plays.
It took a long time there. I thought he should have played that a little faster.
He should have. Ooh, and that move apparently a huge mistake.
And it's apparently because of a crazy move, g7, g5, running the pawn down the board.
Mm-hmm. You just want knight takes d4, and you're removing the defenders.
Right. You want to get to this knight. This knight's defending d4, and once that pawn falls, the whole position collapses. But will he find it?
And done.
It's
also important that the knight's an a4, because even in some of these positions, once the bishop takes back on d7, the knight on a4 will be hanging. So he plays a6 instead. I can't really blame him. g5 off his radar is just that's a move in front of your king. You don't want to push your pawns there, but that's a tactic well within Vokhidov's range, even with a minute on his clock.
I agree. And now g5 has lost a lot of its effectiveness. And finally, there is no more standoff between the queens, which essentially eliminates any tactics with knight takes d4. The time situation, look at it. Now Vokhidov all of a sudden has less time before we know it. And he goes knight a5, hitting the queen. We might have a repetition. Let's see. Yeah,
because knight c6, if you have queen e1, there already might be knight takes d4 ideas with the knight a4 loose, but you can't get away with it just yet.
And I don't think Kirill's going to repeat moves yet. I think if Vokhidov had 2 minutes on the clock, he would have considered it, but it's a moot point. He goes knight c4.
And that's c7 pawn. Yeah, knight d6.
But then knight e5. He's floundering.
Yeah, he is. He's just trying to find ideas, and now he's being kicked back. And after knight e5, as you pointed out, there are big problems in black. So queen e7, you have to play.
f3, and then white can be the one kicking black's minor pieces out of the center when it could have been the exact opposite.
And f3, the knight has to go to g5. What an awkward square, but the knight then can go to e6. So f3 it's a very committal choice. And he's trying to trap the knight.
h4. He means business. And Vokhidov, king f2.
Oh, knight e4.
Knight e4
but bishop takes e4.
And you can sack the queen. And he doesn't play it.
He thought he blundered. He believed Vokhidov.
Oh, he could have sacked his queen for three incredibly active minor pieces.
Wow, that was a big moment there. And now after c6, what's the deal?
Knight takes e4. Why has Vokhidov left his knight so vulnerable?
And there's all these tactics.
He's got to take with a pawn. Ugh.
It's not what you want. Knight g4.
Not what you want at all. You need that pawn on c7 to defend the knight. With 8 seconds, this is the worst scenario.
And knight f6 check. You take with the queen. There's bishop g5, winning in exchange.
He takes the pawn for that reason, but now his king side is kind of ruined. It's not that bad for black. Only one minor piece remaining.
But that d4 pawn is go e3 for white.
What comes to d5? Great move.
Good idea. And we're 93.
Oh yeah, 93 won a pawn. Now he goes back to e7, a little too passive.
Mm-hmm. And rook.
93.
Wait, that pawn
was hanging. It's still hanging.
Oh my gosh! Just the pawn is still hanging.
It's still hanging.
There it goes.
Knight of 1. Take the knight of 1.
Oh yeah,
but it's still winning. It's still completely winning.
And h6 is an important move by black there, by the way, just to avoid any kind of bishop e5 stuff.
Rook d8. Oh, okay. He gives up one of the pawns, but he gets into a completely winning rook endgame.
Wow. Yeah, this is just easy. King g7.
Well, king f4 and rook g2.
Rook g7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rook d2.
Nice move, rook e7.
Yeah.
E3. Push it.
Yeah, push him, baby.
And even rook e6. A rook trade wins because black's up a pawn, and that tied the score up down. And that was a topsy-turvy game if I've seen one.
And a huge win by Vokhidov. And Shevchenko had that brief chance to take the knight on f2, but in time pressure, can you blame him? He sees knight e4 check, that loses the queen, and you tell yourself, I blundered. I got to move my rook, but you can never trust your opponent. That was a tense, classic JSCC dogfight right there.
For sure. And we can always trust Shams to have the inside scoop. And he just took that one to the bank. He won a game that he looked like he was in trouble, but he found that knight takes f2 move and he froze Shevchenko. You saw Shevchenko, he just moved his rook away. I can't take that. I lose my queen. But it was not a bluff. It was just a tactic played with about 15 seconds per side on the clock. And it wasn't enough time to calculate the consequences of a queen for a few minor pieces.
That's exactly right. It was a legitimate tactic that just had a flaw in it. And now we have a pretty unorthodox Sicilian with this kind of, I don't know how to call this structure. I've heard this referred to as the Botvinnik structure. You know, these pawns.
Yeah.
But
I don't know what it's called.
Pluses and minuses. What is it called?
But the minus is it. I don't know what it's called, but I'm saying the light squares are a problem for black to deal with. And I think it's tempting for people to take on d5 here because you give white these double pawns, but the knight on c6 has to move and the bishop on g2 gets a little bit more scope, even though then black can play f5. So the consequence of knight takes d5 in that position, it's not abundantly clear.
I agree with you. And Vokhidov immediately goes after that dark squared bishop. I don't know if I totally agree with that decision. I would have taken a little longer, but now white has two basic plans. There's the plan of preparing d4, and then there's the plan of moving the knight away, potentially preparing f4, and the knight can sink its teeth onto f5 in the right set of circumstances.
That's right. And d5 for black is one of the main ideas here. And especially if you can put a rook on the d file and go for that d3 square, that might be enticing. And he does play d5. This move creates some tension in the center. And the question now for white is, do you take on d5 and go after the e5 pawn, or do you leave the pawns there because de4, d4, that trade doesn't worry you at all?
Well, I'm a big fan of those structures. They arise in the King's Indian. I'm talking with colors reversed, but Vokhidov decides to keep the tension. He goes knight h4. And Robert, speaking of tempting moves, d4, very, very tempting here. But that might allow white to close the center with c4, which in turn unties white's hands and makes him totally free to focus on the king side.
That's right. And we often say the side that controls the pawn breaks is the side with the advantage. So here with the pawn still on d5, you can take on e4 at any moment. And I want to point out that knight on c6, that's the one bad piece in black's position. It's doing its job of defending e5, but it can't go to d4 and never will be able to with that pawn sitting there on c3. So that's a potential problem piece for the long term.
You mentioned that we often say that the side that controls the pawn breaks has the advantage. That's actually a good one. Did the great Johnny Walker, was he responsible for that?
I actually never heard anyone explicitly say that. I've been saying it for a while, so I won't take credit for the idea, but it is something that I often think about. So maybe Johnny Walker.
I'll take credit when I tell it to my students. I won't mention you at all.
You can give Johnny Cash the credit next time. You don't know the famous Washington chess player Johnny Cash?
Right. Of course. How could I not know? Have I been living under a rock? And f4 by Vokhidov. So he plays it even though there's a lot of uncertainty in the center, and it's incredibly important that he has the d4 square defended. That really restricts the scope of black's play in the center. And maybe black should consider something crazy like c4.
I like c4. That move looks good to me. You're just chopping down at white center, and mean, you can play DE4, E takes F4 and start trading like that as well, because the knight on H4 is a little bit loose, so you probably can't take back with the G pawn. But I like the move C4 a lot. Well, not anymore, but before the trade.
Concretely, I like your move E takes F4 because GF4, you mentioned the tactic, the classic knight takes C4 tactic. And I think white just loses a pawn, and this is happening. And Vokhidov had to take with the bishop, but now there's a amazing E5 square for the knights.
No, this is good for black. If you can, the knight C6 wasn't so strong earlier. Now it's great. And you put a knight on E5, you can play pawn F6, and that bishop on G2. That's the problem piece for white. You love to say that bad bishops defend good pawns, and that pawn E4 is very strong, but that bishop's going to remain a problem for the long term. And Donnie, I want to point out that if we get a situation where there's a knight on E5, and the only minor pieces are that knight on E5 and a bishop on G2, white is just strategically lost.
Yeah, you might as well resign. And to that point, I would very seriously consider the move knight F5. Trying to tempt black into taking that knight, which I don't think Kirill is going to do unless he absolutely has to, because then the pawn recaptures, the bishop opens up, and then white's two bishops are going to sizzle on those diagonals and really put pressure on the knights. So knight F5 is probably going to be met with queen E8.
Yeah, just get that queen out there. Even queen C7, and that's where he goes. Because there's no pressure on the diagonal, but 93, 95, I like that idea.
Yeah, you got to keep playing actively with your knights, because your bishop on G2 is not going to move any mountains.
That's for sure.
Queen G4.
Whoa. So knight G4 and bishop C7, and then rook D7, bishop D6.
Bishop D6?
Yeah.
I think he's calculating that. I think he's going to play it. I'm calling it. I think he's playing queen G4.
Queen G4. So, okay, black couldn't play F6 there. Well, that was actually a really interesting moment.
Yeah, it was. F6, knight H6 check. And if you take the queen, then my idea was takes, rook D7, and bishop D6.
Oh, but then just rook D8, F to D8, and then HG4, bishop F5. And
take the pawn.
Yeah, that actually looks pretty good for white.
Anyways, I'm sorry to go down the rabbit hole.
No.
In any case,
I was right there with you. So I was right down that rabbit hole with you. That looked interesting. And now we see that the knight has been established in D5. So your idea has come to fruition, and it's starting to look more pleasant for white. The knight was an H4, and the last bunch of moves we've seen it go to F5, E3, D5, and rook's doubling on the D file. You don't want to rush the move pawn C3 to C4, because that knight doesn't need defense. I think some people see the pressure on D5. Oh, I need to reinforce that knight. That gives black the D4 square, so that would be a mistake.
That's a great point. One pawn is enough, and he's going to double up on the D file, and he's going to have a lot of pieces supporting the knight as well. And I agree that the placement of the knight really changes the landscape of the position, because your eyes are not as drawn to this bad bishop on G2, and at least it has a job now. Bad bishops defend good pawns. It's supporting the pawn, which is supporting the knight. It's doing something. And
I'm wondering if black will play this move C4 at some point. So white shouldn't do it, but black can potentially do it to throw the knight into D3 next.
B4. And what if black plays it now? Then B5.
B5.
Uh-oh. B4 is a great move.
Yeah. And now you don't have to worry about the D4 square anymore, because there's no pawn on C5 to help the knight get there. This is starting to look very nice for white.
Can black consider the materialistic approach, bishop takes D5 and knight takes B4? Not something I want to do, but maybe to change the course of the game, because the game is clearly moving in white's direction.
Oh, absolutely.
Now B5.
B5, even bishop E3 just to go knight F4 next, but B5 first looks very strong.
And it's unclear where the knight goes. You can't go knight E7, because after knight takes E7, the queen hangs, and the tension down the D file squarely favors white.
So I don't want to go back to B8. That looks horrible.
I don't like that move. It's too timid. He hesitated there, and I don't know why. And I would still play B5.
Yeah, I don't like the hesitation, but I do like the lead on the clock that Vokhidov has.
And I think he's just trying to play B5 in the best possible circumstances. He is trying to snag that pawn on A7. No question about it.
Right now is the time.
Okay, queen F7. What is Kirill planning against it? Knight E7?
Maybe knight A5 to C4 as well?
Oh. That's a nice idea.
Yeah, I feel like you're right, though. I was applauding his lead on the clock, but first of all, Shevchenko is extremely fast. And second of all, the advantage doesn't really seem as apparent anymore.
He's gone rook c1. I agree. And now Kirill has been able to bring his knight back to e7. And if you take a7, black can actually take on d5 and eliminate white's pride of the position. I would go back to d1 here.
I would as well. And the time advantage is slipping away. And we were talking about how you want to leave white with the bishop on g2. But with all these pieces on the board, I would definitely like to trade those light square bishops because the white king would suddenly become weak. So bishop a7, knight d5, start trading on d5. That'll be a problem for that king on h2.
And black will be the one dominating over the d file. And I really don't understand what happened the last couple of moves. Vokhidov had this move b5. He was in control of the game. And instead, he started bringing all of his pieces back.
Yeah, those were not congruous decisions, right? Like, you had to, if you push b4, you do A, you have to go B next. And this is actually going to be a big problem for white.
And maybe he wants bishop b6, but it looks like there's a tactic there. I can
bishop f3.
Smell tactics.
Bishop f3.
Oh, takes, and then there's rook d2 in the end.
Yeah, and even if you take d7 first, I just go rook takes d7 and still rook d2.
Right, exactly. Let's see if this happens. It didn't happen.
This is really bad for white.
Oh, knight f3 was coming. He defends against it, but man, maybe there's nothing
B5?
super concrete. b5 knight c4. I like it.
Just take over. Okay, 27 seconds though. Black's starting to get in some time trouble. White down to 10 seconds remaining. I would just play b5 and have the ability to plant my knight on c4.
Rook e8 is also interesting, especially in white's time pressure. He plays it. Oh, this is scary, but there's no clear discoveries.
No, and then what's the rook doing on a8? Just your knight's pinned now. Under 10 seconds for black.
And he moves it back to a8. No, but 6 seconds for white. Oh, allowing
Queen,
knight f3.
Yeah, knight f3 or queen f3 ideas there.
Queen b3. Now he's going after the pawns. I don't see white holding this.
He wants rook d2.
Move! Make a move!
Oh my gosh, he wins things on.
Wow.
And that was the final game before the break. So I think the break comes at a great time for Vokhidov there. But Danya, that game was really fascinating. And if we go back to that moment real quick where we were talking about b5, that's the moment where it slipped away from Vokhidov. He just needed to push that pawn. That was his idea the whole time. I wonder what he was frightened by.
I think it might have been knight a5, knight c4, but even taking the knight on e5 just gives white a stable advantage with very little risk. He was up on the clock. He took a minute and had very little to show for it. And that's happened a couple of times thus far. So he's going to have to make adjustments in these critical moments and maybe play a little bit more confidently and trust his intuition a little bit more. But the upshot is that Shevchenko is up 1 point.
He is indeed. And both players, we have to give them credit, playing stubborn defense. When they're slightly worse, you can see them dig deep and find resources to survive these games. So credit to them both. It is a 1 point match. It's only 2.5, 1.5. This is just the first half of the 5 minute plus 1 second increment portion of this Junior Speed Chess Championship match presented by SIG. Danya and I will return in a few with more here from Shevchenko Vokhidov.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
The Chess.com Rapid Chess Championship continues tomorrow, featuring the top 100 players, top 10 women, and top 10 juniors in the world. Watch as the very best compete for their share of $20,000 each week, culminating with a $150,000 prize finals in late August. Catch all the action every weekend right here on chess.com. But right now, we're in the midst of a great match between Kirill Shevchenko and Vokhidov in the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. And Danya, it's a lead for Shevchenko. He won that last game, but this is a close match. So if what you've seen thus far, what recommendations would you make for the players?
Well, it's been close, not only in terms of the match score, which is within 1 point, but because of the arc of the games as well. And I know that's what you mean as well. You know, we've had turnarounds in almost all of the games. Both players have had the advantage. Vokhidov has had plenty of chances, particularly in this last game. And I think for him, the change he has to make is quite simple. He's doing well in the opening. I just think he needs to trust himself a little bit more. He's getting up on the clock. And then we've seen him do this several times. He's spent a minute or so, minute and a half, and he hasn't produced the kind of decision that you would expect based on that thinking time. So if he accelerates his pace a little bit, plays a little more confidently, I think he'll be good.
I'm with you. I think the chess itself has been good from both sides. It's just been back and forth. No tremendously large blunders for the most part. I felt like yesterday, whenever someone was +4, they would lose that game. Here, it's been pretty level throughout most of the games until some of the scrambles. But look at this, C5 played by Vokhidov, and he's been quicker of the two in the opening.
Yeah, he has. He's been quite confident in a variety of different positions. This is a classic English, and I don't think that white has much in these types of positions.
No, I believe that if you take on d5, queen takes d5, white often puts the pawn on d3, plays it calmly. It's just kind of a position, and it seems like Vokhidov knows this position better than his opponent.
And I think white has the immediate d4, but that leads to complete liquidation. So I guess I can show really quickly. d4, cd, knight d4. Black can just play knight c3, bc, knight d4, cd, and this rings a distant bell. White is enough for the pawn here, but not more than that. This is essentially a drawing line, and Kirill doesn't want to just give up his white games like this.
No, I mean, white there would trade queens, like rook b1, all that good stuff, and it just is mass simplification where maybe you get the tiniest of tiny advantages, but that's not what you want if you're Shevchenko. But you also don't want to be down a minute on the clock on move 7.
And this is exactly what's happening. And I think he's deciding whether to play d4 and, you know, essentially surrender any chances at an opening advantage. No, he ends up taking on d5. But I'm always afraid of being worse here as white, because black is the one with the clamp in the center. I like bishop b3, though.
And okay, Vokhidov clearly has prepared this because bishop takes b2 was possible a turn ago. It just gives white a few moves to get active. Rook b1, an eventual knight move from f3, hitting that queen on d5. Now the point is after knight d4, once you move your queen, capturing on c6 isn't scary because you take back with the bishop, and all these trades will mean that the position is quite even.
Totally level. And this is exactly what's happening. Knight d4 has been played, queen d6 instantly. And now knight b5 can be considered, but we know this is prep. So this is not going to scare Vokhidov.
No, and if anything, that queen e5, he put him instantly, right? And the pawn on b2 is
2 minutes
loose.
up.
This is just good for black, and he knows it. And so, Danya, what I was going to say is that sometimes players like this, Shevchenko going down quite a lot of time every single game in the opening, then they speed up in the 3-minute portion. So maybe they're just not accustomed to having the 5 minutes in the clock. So they feel like they have ample time to just spend at the stage. But in this particular game, Vokhidov is up on time and with the better position.
Yeah, I mean, Shevchenko is a great 3-minute player. You know, the title Tuesday time control is 3+1, and he's won several of them by now. So there's no question that he's going to speed up. But this is looking excellent for Vokhidov. He's got the clamp in the center. Shevchenko has been unable to deal with the C5 pawn. And again, his knight has moved like 8 times already. Wait, this knight moved from C3 to B5. No, where did it go?
That was the F3 knight. It went knight F3.
Traded.
It went knight F3, knight D4, knight B5, knight C3.
Oh, and the other knight was traded. That's hilarious, yes. Actually.
but it's just a theme that he moves his knight so many times.
Yeah, and I would consider playing queen A4 to H4, try to go bishop H6, but there's nothing. I mean, white's just slightly worse. Queen F4. Ooh, that endgame looks really pleasant for black.
Right, that pawn on C5 is the best pawn on the board. Black controls more squares because if you look at it, okay, there's a queen on F4, but besides that piece, there's not a single white piece that is past their own third rank. And that pawn on C5, it takes care of B4. It allows you to play like knight D4 later. I think that white is just a little bit worse here and has no real prospects.
Ooh, and Vokhidov just declined a draw. I'm surprised that Kirill offered it. He's down exactly 2 minutes on the clock. He's got a worse endgame. There's no way Vokhidov should be taking that draw.
No, and maybe Shevchenko will earn the draw, but he's clearly slightly worse here. And black can play H5, King G7, start trying to improve move by move, but there's no breakthrough from black's perspective.
No, and that can be infuriating. And this is where I think Vokhidov has gone astray a couple of times, right? He starts taking loads of time, and maybe you just need to make moves fast and make slight improvements to your position rather than looking for something, you know, totally game changing. I like what he's doing so far. F5.
Right. And, you know, King F7, King can even walk up to F6 in some lines. And you can also consider trying to throw an F5, F4. You need to make that work, and it will become pretty obvious that's what you're going for, but it's not completely out of the question.
And I think for Kirill, an important question is, will he go F4, drop his bishop back? I cannot draw that arrow, and then play E2, E3 in order to chase away the knight. It could be a classic example of the medicine being worse than the cure, because that produces a massive weakness on D3, and the knight can reroute potentially to B4.
And I want to play bishop F6 right now, because if you play E2 to E3, look at that bishop on F4, G5 will trap that bishop at some point. But I see you're drawing the arrow there, because if the bishop walked back, bishop B7 would have won in exchange.
That was very alert by Kirill to play bishop F4, because now he's forced to trade. And now I think E3 is quite a bit more appealing with King E2 to follow. I feel like white is stabilizing the position.
I'm with you. And you know, if E3, then I have to go back to C6, which is fine. But you always have to watch out with that knight on C6. Is there going to be a D4 or B4 type of move? Because the C file can get open and the knight on C6 can be a bit loose.
Exactly. King E2, white's got the nice structure here, defending all of the critical squares. No, this is, I think the worst is behind him.
Yeah, I actually don't know what black's plan is, whereas I see some plans for white all of a sudden. And I guess one annoying thing from white's perspective is you don't want to play A3, which does defend your A2 pawn, which your knight is currently protected as the B3 square. And if you play B3, then I might even plant my knight on B4 as black. So it just...
Ooh.
Knight B4?
Knight B4, A3. Oh, there's knight takes D3.
And then bishop C4.
And there used to be a check on D5 with a king on G8. Oh, King G7 was devilish, if that is in fact his idea, which it is.
He found it.
King G7, and Kirill just thought he was getting his king closer to the center, but no. He was getting it out of dodge.
Unbelievable. I mean, now it's just suddenly winning for black, because as we were just talking about A3, you take on D3, and after the rook takes bishop C4 is a deadly pin.
We might actually see that, and if we don't, then I'll show it on the board. And otherwise, Kirill has to give up A2, and it's an endgame, so giving up a single pawn is a disaster. Knight takes D3 wins the game.
Yeah, Vokhidov sees it.
Wow. What a turnaround. I mean, you thought, you know, it's peace, it's simple endgame, no more tactics. you can never fall asleep, ever.
No, and I can't anyway, so thank you for reminding me of that.
Right.
But my insomnia is not something to joke about, Danya. But no, here it's very straightforward. And I think your point is such a good one, that bishop d5 is no longer a check in the sequence we'll see after rook takes d3, bishop c4. I mean, Kirill could just resign, and now he's in that bad of shape. But after bishop d5, black is able to take the rook and then play e6 with that pinned bishop on d5.
And now he can play bishop c4 anyway, setting up a discovery, or bishop b3, I think might be more convincing. And then rook takes d3, you come back to c4.
Or you just take on, oh no, can you do that? Take on d3 and then rook d8 check. And
yeah, I think you can do that to knight d5, but no, that's definitely winning as well.
But this is...
He goes rook cd8, very simple and strong.
Mm-hmm. I mean, rook d2, bishop c4, and then this checkmate next move.
Goodbye.
Oh gosh.
Kirill might resign after bishop c4.
There's just no move. Knight takes f4 check is double check. Knight takes b2 check, wins an exchange. Your king has nowhere to go.
Okay, I hope he plays bishop c4.
Is he looking at king f3 with a knight e5 check? It's just...
Or knight e1 check. I mean, what, black is spoiled for choice here.
Yep.
Okay, this is a really simple move. I mean, bishop c4 is like, yeah, it plays itself.
And I think we'll just see resignation.
Yeah. No, king f3 and knight e1 check. He's deciding which way to win the exchange, and Kirill resigns, and a painful loss right there, and a big win for Vokhidov.
It just felt like Kirill never had his feet underneath him in that game, though, right? He was taking time in the opening. He was down a minute very early. And once he went his knight b5, all this kind of stuff, it just felt like Vokhidov was the one in control.
Yeah, I think Kirill needs to improve his opening play. And whether that means, reverting back to his standard repertoire, changing things up, whatever that means, as the time control shortens, you can't really afford to get into bad positions out of the opening because you don't have the time to put into recovering.
Right. And okay, we have this line here, which has become increasingly popular in recent years. And White's idea is to play c2 to c4 to kick that knight out of d5, and then look at that hole on d6. That's a big problem that black has to deal with. So sometimes black deals with it by playing this move f5 to try to kick the knight away first, but here queen c7, and isn't this in line with, this is a different position though?
Yes, because the bishop's on e2. So now I think there might be knight d6 check. Oh, this is not good for black. Knight d6 check now is very strong because if you take twice, you play c4, and you might say, well, no problem. I have queen b4 check, right? Freeing up the knight. No. Bishop d2, and the queen is attacked. And he's played it. And Kirill, once again, has messed up the opening badly.
Yeah, that is very strange because the bishop isn't typically on e2. It's on f1. That's how the whole line goes. So that including bishop e2 and bishop e7 confused Kirill.
Yeah, there's no queen e5 check there. That bishop covers the e file.
Odd, very odd. So the opening stage of the game has been favorable for Vokhidov in pretty much every game thus far.
And try this on for size. Bishop b3, bishop b7. There's b4.
Yeah.
Ooh, queen c6, bishop f3. It's like you can't make a single threat. Queen b4, rook b1 wins the bishop.
Oh gosh. And
and he's played b3. I don't like the direction that he's taking this in already.
Right, because White has the bishop pair and what looks like a blossoming attack over on the king side with bishop b2. If you have a castle king side, your king is going to be in some danger, but the position is closed. So the knight can start hopping around a little bit. That pawn on d6, it's defended and it can be reinforced with that bishop, but you might have to spend a lot of your energy just defending that pawn, which is not really what you want. So I could see this position shifting in Shevchenko's favor if in the next, say, half dozen moves.
Yeah, and it's one of those positions where your advantage hinges on, a pawn that could be lost. And if you lose it, then, as you said, things turn around completely.
All right, so bishop b7 played. Here, Vokhidov's thinking, is he going to play bishop to b2? But then after knight e4, you might just drop that pawn on d6. So he's leaving bishop f4 available to him. And as you're pointing out, queen g3 could go for an attack.
Queen g3 and bishop h6 could be a pretty typical sequence. And now Shevchenko has to decide on the order of operations. Does he castle first? Does he go knight e4 immediately? Black's position certainly remains unpleasant. No question about that, Robert.
Right. And it's just better that the bishop is on c1 to go to f4 versus going to e5 as was possible if bishop b2 was the first move in the sequence. So I like queen d3 a lot. I think that it just keeps options flexible. And I have to say the move h5, even though the engine says the advantage is growing for white, Black kind of has to do something. So I don't mind that move one bit.
Will he castle queenside?
I think he's going to keep his king in the center for as long as possible.
Yeah, if you castle queenside, white's just going to go b4 and just dynamite the entire queenside and then checkmate you.
Yeah, that doesn't look fun. I got to be honest. So bishop g5, knight e4, bishop e7 is kind of funny, but I don't think it's good to plant the bishop in there.
Yeah, he's got rook d1, so a very kind of positional, measured approach. And if Black plays h4, he's just going to stop the pawn with h3. Queen c6, there's always bishop f3.
And he plays h4. And maybe, is it possible queen c6, bishop f3, there's queen back? Like a light square bishop trade will allow a rook to go to h5, which seems completely irrelevant, but you need some semblance of activity, and perhaps a rook lift is in the cards.
Will it though? Because if queen c6, bishop f3, queen b6 happens, and I just develop my dark squared bishop, if you then trade on f3, white's queen is going to move to f3, attacking the rook on a8, and I'm also going to be threatening to take twice on f6.
So what I'm looking at there, if we can just quickly put a line on, let's say we just get this sequence of queen c6. Oh,
okay. Sorry.
Yeah, bishop f3, queen back, bishop b2. What if I trade bishops and then try queen c6? I'm just curious how bad this endgame is.
No, not that bad. Queen takes, d takes, and then the pawn could get really weak, especially if it's blockaded by the king. I think that was a viable approach. He's gotten rook c8 and bishop c1 to e3. So he's finally decided on a square for his dark squared bishop.
And he's going
Is it a good square?
He's trying to trade those bishops.
Yep.
And bishop f3, queen a6 or something, and just, trade the bishops.
I think Vokhidov is thinking about bishop f1 or even f3, which I understand looks visually unappealing, and it also weakens tons of squares, so it's terrible. Maybe he's thinking about it.
I actually really don't think it's terrible because after f3, and you can move your queen and try to go bishop d3, bishop e4 at some point. Like it's not necessarily that bad, but it's a hard move to play.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, resisting the urge to play bishop f3 is almost impossible.
And really going deep in the think tank here is Vokhidov, and that's why it's good that he keeps securing a minute lead on the clock in most every game, because this is a critical moment, because bishop f1 is also committal. You allow rook h5, and finally that rook on h8, which hasn't been in the game, can start pretending to create threats.
I don't remember who it was and who said in reference, I think it was Dr. John Nunn, who said in reference to classical games that anytime you thought for over 15 moves on a move, you made a mistake. Like mistake making is almost inversely correlated to the amount of time that you're thinking sometimes. And I almost think that we're seeing this in this match. Let's see how Vokhidov responds to this challenge. He goes bishop f3. And bishop g5 is interesting now. Your idea from earlier.
And I think you trade and play queen c6. I'm just desperately trying to get those queens off the board.
Yes. 1.5 minutes already. b4. No, there's bishop takes f3. I don't want to ruin my structure.
No, that could backfire very quickly. Oh, he does it.
Ooh.
First of all, how did you even come up with that? I was never going to allow bishop takes f3. But is there bishop c5?
Yeah, but bishop takes c5. There
bishop
is bishop e4. No, he blundered a piece.
Bishop e4.
He blundered a piece. Oh my God. And Kirill, will he see it?
He
probably sees it, and he's like, what am I missing?
And he did believe Vokhidov in that earlier game after knight takes f2, but this time not going to happen.
Let's watch Vokhidov's facial expression, which does not change at all. not even a single, change. Okay, he changed his seating position a little bit.
He takes and starts taking some pawns. Bishop c4, rook c1, and then castles.
Black and castle. Black and still castle. Only hope for white is these passers.
Yeah.
But again, Robert, another turnaround after a long think.
And how to actually end this game. I'm thinking even bishop d5 and try to go knight e4 and get that pawn on d6. He goes rook a8 first.
Okay.
Oh, bishop b3.
Oh, and you can just grab this pawn and then castle.
That's the goal.
Bishop b3, rook d3.
Rook takes a4.
Maybe even rook takes a4.
But no, the bishop protects the rook on a1.
Oh, that's right. So he castles. And the pawns aren't really going anywhere. If you play a5, the light square bishop blockades the pawns along the light squares. If you go b5, then bishop b3 already works.
How about bishop f6, gf6, rook d4?
Oh, trying to ladder mate him.
The pawn h4, I'll grab that. Give you some. He's going for it.
Great chance. That's the only chance. It's obviously not. Oh, and rook fc8. Rook
nice.
g4 check?
King f8, rook h4, and there's a. Why he wants rook a3? He wants to mate him.
Rook a3. Oh,
he wants to checkmate him.
That's a huge threat. And f5, very alert. King g7.
And the king goes out to f6. And if that pawn were already on f4, that would still be checkmate.
Right.
So he goes g4.
G5, e5. He's just not gonna. He doesn't have enough pieces to make this happen.
No, but he's trying his best.
He's blundered the one that he needs right now.
You saying he could use a minor piece?
Such as a bishop on f6. If this were a bug house, so I would be, well, I could put a queen on g2 with mate.
Yeah, unfortunately, no more pieces are appearing on this board, so it's completely winning for black. Extra piece, the bishop on d5 is rook takes a4 is checkmate, right?
What a move!
Yeah,
he finds it instantly. Look at you. You did your puzzle rush this morning.
I'm just commentating with you again, so I just was inspired. And Shevchenko, he wipes his eyes, but he also wiped away a tie match, and now he has a 1-point lead.
Smooth. And this has to be super tilting for Vokhidov, who is displaying stellar opening preparation. And he's getting advantages basically with both colors, but he's not converting them into wins regularly.
Danya, we both love the Alapin, right?
Yes.
What is this variation where there's a bishop on b3 and a knight on a3?
No, this is a line. This is a line.
You're justifying this queen f3, queen e4.
I don't know the move bishop f5, actually. I know what Kirill is doing is pretty normal. But now I'm totally out of book, and I completely what A4? What Queen G? This is hanging this.
Yeah.
Oh my god! And they're just playing normally. They're playing like nothing is happening.
Like to everybody watching, this is the most unique sequence ever seen, and then to them, it's like, yeah, okay, this is book. We got this.
Yeah, Vashela Grav against Nakamura from Weikanze 2018. Right?
Okay, so knight takes d4, then queen takes g2 becomes possible. Queen takes g2 was not possible with knight c7 check available. So knight f3 looks reasonable, as you're pointing out. And if d takes c3,
just castle. Sometimes in these lines, you just ignore everything that's happening on the queen side.
It's like a Danish gambit.
Yeah, I think he's going to castle.
Yeah,
in the spirit of the position.
And then does black like pawn c2 just to be annoying?
Possibly. Okay. He goes
G4. How is this theory? Or like how does Vokhidov know every position ever?
Yeah, and this is all like these are all engine moves. Bishop f5 to g4. Just I don't need to develop my other piece. I'm just going to move the same bishop twice.
Wow. And bishop f4 going for
I would be
knight
terrified. C7. Knight a6, I guess.
Bishop takes f3 is also possible.
Is he out of book? Is that even possible?
It's about time.
That bishop f3 and knight a6 maybe, but bishop f3 there might be queen f3 with an intermezzo on tap.
Oh, because after black goes queen c3, knight c7 check you throw in there. That's cool.
Rook c1.
Okay, so
it's terrifying.
Isn't rook c1 just a natural move, and yet it's terrible, right? The eval just shot up in black's favor.
And it's because of this crazy move, queen c6 to e4, getting it away from the x-ray with tempo. And b2 still hanging. Let's not forget about that.
like even in that sequence, queen 4, knight d6 check, like bishop takes. You can't castle. It looks scary for this king on e8, and it's like, yeah, no problem. We're all good here.
Imagine showing this position to like Capablanca. You would have a meltdown. Like, what is it? Is this how they play chess now? When in the age of flying saucers and phones in your pocket.
Yeah, I mean, so bishop 3, gf3. Now there's no queen e4. Rook takes c3 becomes a threat. And for black, if you play bishop e7, rook takes c3, I mean, where's your queen even going? It doesn't have that many squares.
No, it doesn't. And that's the danger of playing a line like this, right? Even though you might have prepared very well, your opponent might make a move that the engine doesn't indicate and that you haven't looked at. But that's practically terrifying. With that being said, I like the way Vokhidov is responding.
Bishop b4 is a great move because you want to fill the c file. So b takes c3, you just retreat your bishop, and then you're happy that your queen is safely placed on c6.
And when black castles, he will experience the greatest relief known to man. Just, oh my God, God my king into the center.
And one idea I'm thinking about is a bc3, bishop e7, pawn a5 for white. Just trying to be tricky, but it wouldn't have actually panned out. Black would have had the ability to castle. And so knight d4 played here. And I think he wants a5, bishop a4 check kind of ideas.
So where does the queen go is the most immediate question that black has to answer. Queen d7 might walk into the ideas that you're indicating.
Right. Like queen d7, b takes c3, and then pawn to a5, and all of a sudden there are problems in that diagonal.
Exactly.
But if
big decision. If
queen d7, b c3 is a bishop a5, very weird move. But it does make sure that white can't play that.
And then white could try queen e2 to prepare knight takes c6 in the event of castle. I mean, it's nuts.
Yeah. So Vokhidov is wisely thinking. He plays queen d7. So I expect.
I think we're gonna see that bishop a5.
Okay. Yeah.
There we go.
And that was found because of a lack of other options, at least appealing ones. And black is up a pawn and has the better pawn structure. So if white doesn't find some sort of sequence that either trades the queens and gets white activity, or is tactically alert with like a knight takes e6, as you mentioned, then black will just be better.
Yeah, white's position is kind of in shambles. I mean, especially his pawn structure. And he's down a pawn, which I know seems like the most irrelevant piece of information ever. But it might become relevant if he castles, which I think he will.
Castles is doing f4 and then queen to g4. Or...
For first, I thought this was the idea, but then I realized the queen is defended.
Yeah, doesn't quite work out, unfortunately.
Knight c5, so he's playing with fire a little bit, delaying castling.
Mm-hmm. But he attacks the bishop and protects e6. So pawn f6 for black could become an option.
And if you drop your bishop back to c2, perhaps the other knight could jump into c4.
Oof. I like this for Vokhidov.
No, this is great. Only 18 moves in. It feels like the players have moved mountains, but we've only had 7 moves since they exited out of theory.
And what's white's plan? So your bishop's under attack. You don't necessarily have to save the bishop pair, but what else do you? King h1, that feels slow. Just knight b3.
Okay, I know what to do. Bishop a2. Yeah, okay. No, I was going to say queen e2, rook f2, I feel like white needs to play in the center.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the only area of white's relative superiority.
And knight takes b3 might just cost you, because after the knight takes back on b3, your bishop on a5 is a little trapped.
I didn't even realize that. That is not a common situation.
No.
All right, so castles, rook fd1.
There's also bishop takes g7 after castle and queen e5 check.
Oh, dang. What a tactic.
Well,
bishop takes g7, knight takes b3, then again knight takes b3, and the bishop's hanging.
At the very least, right?
Right. At a minimum.
So you don't want a castle, but I don't want to keep my king in the center either.
No, that knight f5 becomes a possibility.
It would be awesome if he castles queenside here. Like he should not not do that. Yeah, it's immediately a checkmate. But that would be so cool if he's like, yeah, I don't sweat these positions. Let's go.
Yeah, I remember a game I had with Alexei Serrana in a match I played with him a year or so ago. And he mouse slipped long castle, which sometimes happens. And it was in the funniest position ever. It was a position where his queenside was wide open. And he won the game because I couldn't checkmate him. And then I told him novelty of the year, and we were laughing about it.
Didn't that happen in the qualifier for the JSCC? We were watching some game. It's on Castle Kingside by accident.
Yes, one of the but except that I got checkmated immediately. He was winning too,
completely winning and then completely losing with the accidental Castle Kingside. So Rook C8. I mean, Vokhidov is not fearing anything.
Wait.
King H1 was put. No, but Castle Rook G1.
Or Bishop takes G7 and Rook G1.
Yeah.
Whoa.
96.
96.
And then
Bishop F6. I agree with the movie just said. That sound.
Yeah, there's also Queen D5 checks if you block with Queen E7 because you might have to at some point.
But okay, I mean, or just Rook FD1.
Oh, that's really nice because Queen E7 is Bishop D6.
Bang, 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 and now everything's collapsing. And guess what? Remember I said he's playing with fire by not castling when he could?
Mm-hmm.
He's regretting that right about now. But wait, Rook CD1.
Okay. If FE5, Knight E6, Queen takes E6, Bishop E6, Knight E6, Queen E5. Queen B5. Oh, even better.
Goodbye, Bishop. This Bishop it's not its best day. This is happening. Maybe
so
Knight B3.
Oh my gosh. Knight B3, Rook D7, Knight D7, the Queen.
It goes Queen E7, cold-blooded. Queen E5 now is possible. Total pandemonium on the board.
Oh my goodness. Queen E5, like Knight E6, Bishop E6. That looks scary. There's like Rook C.
A check on B5. Now it can be blocked with a Rook. I mean, you have to. You cannot go to F7 because then you walk into another discovery.
Oh, he's got a knight reinforcing.
Knight BD7. I think black is okay.
Knight C5, Rook C5, Rook takes D7, and then just, I guess, trade queens. That's going to happen.
And then, of course, we have a draw. No, he takes B7. He missed it. But this also looks really scary for black. 20 seconds, and he can't castle because of that bishop. Forget the eval bar here. Look at his clock. Look at his king.
I like that move, though. Even though the engine doesn't, I think it's a good practical try.
Rook FE1, and I don't see Vokhidov defending this in time pressure. I can't see it happening.
And at some point, A5 will be a really big move for white, just to go for the pin.
It's a very odd move. I don't know why he didn't put it on E1.
Yeah, that was, and he plays A5 now. He wants Bishop A4.
Good call. And Vokhidov wants to put a rook.
But then you trade and Rook D1.
That's exactly right. No, he brings the queen back to E4.
And now the king's going to F8. If you let that king walk over there, Rook C7.
And he doesn't. Rook D7 and Rook D1, but white's going to run out of pieces. Rook FD6. Okay, what does he do now?
King F8.
Queen F7, maybe? No, queen takes E5.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, but now he just takes the knight. Oh, Bishop G4, and white's okay.
White's more than okay. It looks like
there's a check. And Rook D7, he could have won the queen.
He missed it. That wasn't a natural five. Look at that. 3 seconds for black. You got to move.
Queen G8, Queen H8, and he wins the rook.
Oh, gosh. That's a free rook, and that's the game.
Oh, man. And Vokhidov defended so well for so long, but he couldn't keep his composure at the end. What a game.
Unbelievable, honestly.
Oh, my God. I feel like I just ran a marathon.
That game also felt like it lasted forever.
Right.
I feel like we were watching that game for half an hour.
And it was one of the shortest games of the match.
Yeah, that was.
But the intensity of that middle game. Oh, my lands.
How are we supposed to regroup now? I'm still thinking about that last game, all the tactics that were flying. And now we're just starting a new game here in a Con Sicilian where black just put the pawn in D6. White plays Bishop E3. It just happened. White can try to go for the dark squares, but it's a weird line with Bishop A7, Rook A7, and black is okay with that. Chess is a lot.
Yes, it is. I never loved these positions for black. I mean, I never had the appeal of playing the Con. I'll be honest with you.
Well, I think Shevchenko is going to respectfully disagree with you. And
yes, okay.
So that's a blunder somehow. Like a huge
It is a blunder. And you know why it's a blunder?
Oh my gosh, taking knight G4 and queen B6. And then knight E3 at the end.
Yep. Boom, 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 boom. Forkovich. And he plays it. Oh, man. That's how quickly you can lose a game. Right? It's the opening. The pieces aren't even making contact with each other. bang, 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 you lose an exchange.
Although this could actually turn south for black because you will win the material. No one's arguing with that. But look at the king side. Black has 0 defenders over there except for some pawns. And it's not that this should be a checkmate, but it could be if you're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, e5, queen h7. So he has to verify that he has the firepower to defend against the sudden mate threat.
And the e5 and knight e4, and all of a sudden, all of white's pieces flock to the queen side, the king side, and you need to be really careful.
Yes, you do. But it just occurred to me, Robert, that he's deciding between knight f2 and knight e3.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I don't really like the look of knight f2 because after rook takes an e5, you're allowing knight e4 with a tempo against a queen,
right?
And then knight takes d6 and all that stuff. So, I think Vokhidov's going to win this game. I think that Shevchenko, he's looking at winning the exchange, but he believes that Vokhidov has some grander plan.
But what helps Kirill is that at this point he has no choice, right? He's in too deep, so it doesn't matter whether he thinks he's lost or winning. He has to go for it. He takes d6. I can see how he would think that this is tremendously dangerous. He doesn't have that evo bar.
Can you go back before e takes d6? What I was looking at was a knight e4, knight f6 check type of idea.
Right, but I'm worried that black can just step aside to h8. Like, and for example,
knight g4 or something. Can I just go for your h6 pawn?
Oh,
that was my plan.
I like that a lot. Knight takes h6. Yep, I can see that.
I was going for the brute force method.
So instead, e takes d6, rook d8, and he took the rook first.
Okay,
you could still go knight e4.
I'm looking at it for sure. There is knight b4 in a position like this, though. Right? Where you're just trying to get rid of this bishop on d3 and it's harder to attack without that piece. What's
Queen G3?
Queen G3? No, I don't like that move at all.
Knight b4 and white's initiative starts fizzling out here.
Yeah, no, Queen G3 is too slow. You can't spend it
way too slow
just trying to defend d6.
Does he think the knight on c3 is a bishop?
I didn't think about that, but now that you say, how about knight e4 here?
But then knight f5?
Then knight f6?
The knight f7?
Oh, queen e3 is rook d6. And after knight e4, knight takes b3. So
boom, boom, boom. Yeah, rook d6 and the queen is undefended. That hurts white. Queen e4 maybe he wants. Oh, that's actually that's a very tricky move.
I blundered that. And it's a blunder that isn't actually a blunder, but I completely overlooked it.
Well, I think it's not a blunder because the king can run to e7. I think a lot of people forget about this. When they see a check on h7, they think it's just mate automatically, but it actually very frequently isn't. And it sometimes isn't even dangerous.
So queen h7, queen h8, you don't win the rook over there because the bishop on b7 defends. And after queen takes g7, it looks scarier than it is.
Yep. And in fact, with the G file open, black might be the one who benefits from that eventually.
Although f4 to f5 does look pretty worrisome for that king on e7.
Yes, it does. A big moment here for Kirill. He could also, he takes, and I thought queen d4, but maybe just queen takes h6, and white has taken a lot of pawns, and in the blink of the eye.
And then rook g8 is coming, and
G8, rook g1.
Yeah, that voice is correct.
Right, queen f2. Okay, we might get mate, but it's okay.
It's like, oh, please don't hurt me, voice.
Oh, there's a cool tactic there. It's a little far-fetched. Can I show it really quickly?
Yeah.
Takes rook g8, rook g1, queen f2. And now if you say, okay, I'm just going to intercept the bishop with bishop e4. Bang, bang, bang. This is a classic. I love these tactics.
Yep. Checkmate in the back rank.
Mm-hmm. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so he's played queen g7 to g3, refraining from taking that pawn. Queen h8, rook g8. No, he goes rook d8.
Oh, but all of a sudden, look at that. The eval bar going back close to the center because queen c7 check. If rook g8, there's queen c7 ideas.
And somehow Shams it in. Okay, queen c7, queen d7.
And then
f6,
take...
king e8.
But trading queens like a knight e4 type of situation, this is not that easy to convert from Black's perspective.
No, although I feel like in blitz games, when you're an exchange down in the end game, it's almost impossible to play accurately because one little mistake might allow a rook trade or a rook infiltration.
That is true.
But I
but
agree.
It's a piece and a pawn for the rook, which is quite a handful of material. So you have to trade. A queen c5 check is possible, but then queen d6, and that doesn't seem to help all that much.
And he bites the bullet, he trades and takes e6. And king takes e6. I actually thought he would take with a pawn. I guess he didn't want to allow rook f7.
Mm-hmm. So
no, but I don't see it happening, Robert, for white.
Knight e4, what's your response going to be?
Well, take it and go rook a d8. But I agree, the bishop on e4 is defending both of the crucial pawns on c2 and g2.
Right. And you can even bring the bishop back to d3 and just hang out there. So knight e4 is a must. I don't, because I don't like that.
No, now trade.
There's a huge difference in the minor pieces is that once the trade happens, the knight doesn't have a stable outpost while also keeping the pawn safe. Well, if we just show knight e4 just for a second here instead of bishop e4, then after the trade, and let's say rook d8, you can play bishop back to d3. And it's actually hard for Black to dislodge these pieces, and everything is defended. And to win this, your rooks need to get very active, but where to?
And the bishop, to your point, is like a Swiss Army knife. It can do many things at once. It defends all of the weak pawns. It itself acts as a blocker, blocking the rook's access. The knight can only do one of those things at once, right? It can either be blocking the rook, or it can be defending a weakness, but it can't do everything. And the rooks are just going to tear it apart. Here we go already. The rook is infiltrating.
Although a5 went from -4.5 or whatever to this. And I think the problem is that there are some knight forks that you have to watch out for.
Knight forks, and with every pawn that disappears, white's defensive task gets a little bit more manageable.
That's right, because the knight needs to defend kind of on one side of the board. It's not a long-range piece. And with the trade of pawns here, there's not much remaining.
Whoa. Wait, there is a 4. And the problem there is that the b2 pawn is a long-term weakness. It's currently not attacked, but it's only a matter of time before the rooks infiltrate to the second rank.
Yeah, and the problem is this knight on d3, right? It's not stable because then Black will go after the c6 pawn. Oof.
Rook d8, here we go. Knight d3, then you'll move to the c file. One way or another, the rooks will find a way in.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
d8, too much.
For knight b7, it's a fork, yay, but rook d1 check.
Oh, there might be some idea where white goes knight d3 and then Black comes around through e1 to b1 and then threatens rook takes b2, even if the pawn is defended. In fact, I think this is exactly what we're going to see. Rook e8, rook e1, and rook b1.
We can't go rook e1 with knight on d3.
Yeah, but if rook d2, you can.
If I pin myself, you sneaky man.
I don't like your tone.
Do you ever? Are you ever? I mean, come on, let's be real for a second.
Okay, fine. Rook e8, you win. Rook d6. Wait, he goes king g7.
And the time situation. And if rook e8, king f1, then you're not getting a rook to e2 or rook to e1.
And then you can go rook f6. He keeps shifting the rooks a little bit to the right. Like rook e8, rook f6, rook f8, rook g6.
Okay. So c3.
Oh, the knight has lost its support though. a3.
Yeah, but then you start trading pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, and then knight f4 attacking the other rook.
Well, knight f4 right now. Watch out for knight h5.
Oh,
don't blunder.
The king.
Wow. So rook f3 maybe?
Yeah, stopping a3.
Yeah, I want to go.
Now a3 is an idea.
For sure. Now rook d3 is coming and all. What is Black doing?
Yeah, Shevchenko has mixed a bunch of plans, and now he's made zero progress.
Knight e2 to d4 at some moment, if you're not careful.
Yeah, now he's down on the clock.
We were talking about how the knight needs an outpost. d4 is a great outpost.
Perfect.
And 13 seconds.
Mucked this up completely. He might lose.
I was about to say the same thing. He could lose this game.
Whoa.
Knight d5, there's rook g6
check. Mm-hmm.
a3, take that.
Take the pawn, take b5, and white's making huge leaps.
White can't lose that.
Well, I still think you can lose if black wins b4.
Sure.
But it's unlikely.
H4. He's thinking about king h3, but he plays it. I didn't like that move.
Yeah, because now the other rook potentially could swing over to the second rank. Maybe first king g8. Okay, move the rook.
Knight
first,
c5. Knight e4.
Goes back to d3.
Knight f4. Yeah, don't want to allow rook h5.
And don't blunder the knight. Rook
h3.
Rook
Pawn
b3,
h3.
takes f4.
Wait, he had pawn h3 and then take on h5.
Yep.
A king h4.
Yeah, and king g4. With every pawn that gets traded, white's drawing chances increase. Take the pawn. Oh, he's going after the rook.
F7 is loose. Rook f7.
Rook takes f7, and now white might be playing for a win.
Rook b7. Why are you going to c7?
Rook b7, and why did he take that pawn?
I don't know.
What's happening? Don't
Rook g2. Oh my gosh, he did everything that could have been asked of him.
He stumbled at the very last roadblock. Just one more move.
Oh my goodness.
What a tragedy.
And this is just easy now. It's mop up.
Yeah,
theory.
2 rooks on 1. No chances. He resigns. Just an absolute backbreaker right there.
Wow. And it's a 3-point lead for Shevchenko. There's one more game of the 5-minute, which for Vokhidov, I don't think you want anymore. You're like, no, please, let's get that break going. I need to get to the 3-minute time control because I'm leading on the clock in many games, but something's going wrong.
Vokhidov is playing really well for the vast majority of the game, but something's happening either in time pressure or in the critical moments where he just can't seem to, as Tartakower said, the player who wins is the one who makes the next to last mistake. Vokhidov is the one making the last mistake in all of these games.
Indeed. And so here we see we had English, and this position has become very popular where black can strike with d5, but after a swap of pawns, if you take back with the pawn d5, white can chip away with d3 next, and the center is in danger of collapsing. So queen b6. I don't understand these positions. I've just seen them before.
I don't either. I feel like there's certain GMs who just play them all the time and totally understand them. Like Sam Shankland, I know, is a specialist with black here, but they're so weird and the structures are so unorthodox. That's too much for me.
Yeah, Anish Giri has played this position before as well.
Like A5 sometimes.
Yeah. I think Giri and Grishuk, played each other in this position, probably from both sides. And the knight back to b3. So a5 was played. You called it.
Wow. I've seen this idea a5, a4, a3, and sometimes black goes e3.
Mm-hmm.
It gets crazier and crazier.
And if a4 now, as you said, knight back to d2 and e3, you just, I guess, capture it.
Yeah. Okay, a4 played. It doesn't seem like Vokhidov is very comfortable here. Maybe for the first time in the match, he's out of book pretty early. Ooh. Not liked by the eval bar. Bishop c5.
Yeah, then king d8.
Nasty move.
If queen e2 check, king d8.
Oh. Rook e8 is coming.
And then d5.
And yeah, as Yasser said, d5. Yeah, Yasser sound effects.
It actually looks kind of straightforward, though.
Again, I would play fast here. Just go bishop c5. You have nothing. It doesn't come with a price tag, right? You're developing a piece.
And you...
It was a3 first.
Throws that one in.
This gives white a chance, I think, to go knight d2 to b3.
Not necessarily the easiest move to play, but you definitely don't want to play pawn b3 because then your dark squares are in terrible shape.
But maybe you do want to take in order to open up the possibility of rook b1. Also weakens the knight, of course. But a big decision here early on for Shevchenko.
And Vokhidov needed to play bishop c5 there. A surprising oversight considering how alert he's been throughout most of the match.
For sure. Bishop c5 yielded a big initiative. Now Shevchenko continues to ponder how to respond. The threat is a takes b2, obviously. So
I thought you were making
something.
A pun, Danya. When you said ponder, I was like, well, that's funny because it's about a pawn. So,
pawn.
that would have been pretty good.
That was way above my pay grade.
He plays rook to b1, though.
Okay. And I feel like this can only benefit white. Yes, it looks impressive when you have a pawn on a3, but the fact that the rook is now staring down the queen is just another headache for black.
Oh, I just found a
And
funny
that's a headache
line.
he created. Yes.
So let's say bishop c5, queen e2 check, king d8, b4. And after, wait, I had a point here. What was my point? Now I'm forgetting it. I had some like
b4?
bishop b4. I was like, I don't remember what my point was. I just, I had an idea and I was like, it just doesn't work for white, but I was trying to make it work and it clearly doesn't. So,
and here I was, putting this on the board for you, and you can't even remember why you were showing this.
The thing is, I was looking at it as maybe white can play b4 and get active, but then I realized after bishop takes b4 there was no follow-up. So it's
like those movie scenes where I can't seem to remember, and then they're handed a $20 bill, still a little hazy, and then another $50 bill. Okay, now I remember.
That's more or less what it feels like. With bishop c5, you have queen e2, just king d8, and the rook e8 idea is still going to be an issue.
Bingo. No, this is not exactly pleasant for white. I mean, there is a mate in 2 being threatened.
Yeah, and who needs to develop the queen side anyway?
Nah. Yeah, I've forgotten about these pieces. We exist.
Uh-oh, king d8.
Definitely not king f. I mean, you want the added potential of rook e8.
What's he thinking about?
What is he thinking about?
Did we just do that again?
That is, honestly, we literally did that at exactly the same time. That was not a clip it and ship it.
What's
oh
bishop,
my God.
What's bishop e7 though?
Wait, what? Yeah, what is that? What? I understand that, you don't want to move your king, but come on, Robert. He's got to take those risks. It's not even a risk. Now it's just worse.
Yeah, white has castled, so has black, but look at the queen side. Now the queen side matters because you're down several tempi.
And what's going to happen is that white's going to take on a3, white's going to play bishop b2, and then white is going to lay down the wood on the king side, which is now really exposed because of black's lack of development.
Right. And knight e4 is actually a huge threat. Right? You can play it now because that bishop, you would think you can slide it away to open the rook to the queen on e2, but you would just end up losing your rook on e8 in those lines because of discover checks.
It just feels like Vokhidov is losing the zen of the match here. And I would take on a3 in a heartbeat and get this bishop out to b2. Okay, because knight e4.
Well, d6 is hanging.
Yes, sort of.
Well, knight takes f6. I meant if knight e4, then d6.
Right. Makes sense.
Okay.
Maybe he wants b4.
I was going to say the same thing. So b4 just looks really strong because the a3 pawn will likely be picked off later in the game.
That's one of the downsides of pushing a pawn down the board like that. Now, any end game, anytime the position stabilizes, you can go cherry picking in the garden.
There's also probably bishop f4 is a good move here, just to go after the d6 pawn.
It's just terrible for black. B takes a3, still very. I still like the idea of taking, and I like simple things. Rook from b1 to b7. My parents have a really, really funny story. When I came back from a tournament in Italy, I was like 13 or 14. We were hosting some friends, and in Italy, the food was incredible, and I was eating spaghetti alla vongole, which is spaghetti with mussels or spaghetti with clams.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like one of the staple dishes, right, in Venice. And when I came back home, my family friends were asking me, well, what do you like to eat when you go to Europe? And I said, I like simple food, spaghetti with clams. And they were like laughing because it's not really simple compared to like a hamburger. So I like simple moves like b takes a3. It's an inside joke now in my family.
How old were you at the time?
Like 14, 15.
Wow, so you're old enough to know better.
Yeah. Oh, totally. Totally.
Well, this position is still slightly better for white. The bishop on b2 is an absolute monster, and yet the eval bar says that black is hanging in there. And also the clock situation, Danya. It's an extra 10 seconds or so for Vokhidov, and it's growing as Shevchenko thinks, but that's going to play a part in this game for sure.
Yeah, Shevchenko seems very indecisive here, and now that Vokhidov has finally gotten his queenside pieces, developed. He's worse, but I think he's doing okay. He's happy to get this compared to what he had just a couple moves ago.
I think he's worse for like the imminent future, but if he doesn't get checkmated and if he can get that pawn A3, which now has been offered, but there's queen B2 ideas. That's the trick. So rook takes A3, bishop takes G7 with queen B2 to follow. But I was going to say, if he gets that A3 pawn, then black is suddenly better because the A2 pawn is next.
No, bishop takes D5, but the position keeps deteriorating for Kirill. I think he's relying on queen B2 with a fork. No, the D3 pawn is not attacking G7.
But queen B2, there could even like be bishop takes A3.
Okay, queen takes B7.
And there's a pin on the E file, but the 97 is loose, so it doesn't quite
Correct.
pan out the way I was hoping. Although, actually, if bishop A3, queen B7, we trade knight C5.
And that's exactly what he's thinking.
I don't think black should really be in danger of losing that position.
He might also be enticed by knight E5, but I like your move.
And so does Vokhidov, and I like Vokhidov's time.
I do as well. Bishop C5, maybe rook C1 getting out of the pin with tempo. Goes rook E2, but don't take A2. Don't forget the bishop is hanging. It's easy to forget those things. What about... No, F5 looked a little too weakening. I still think, actually all three results are possible.
Rook A5, there's maybe knight D6 or something.
Takes A2, and knight D6 here. There's rook E1
Rook
check.
E1.
So he's got to keep this knight stable on E4.
And bishop D5 now. No, there's knight D6, I guess, because rook E1, king G2, and the bishop's defended. And that's bad for black.
But then rook E2 in the end?
Oh, maybe not so bad.
That's actually a super cool line. He goes king G2 immediately, which is a very alert move.
But knight D6, rook E2. You mentioned this.
Oh, and they transpose. And he saw that a mile ago.
Knight D6, rook E2, bishop D5.
Check, though. But does that help?
Rook F2 is hanging.
Yeah, you can't take F5. You lose the knight. You're going to have to give that pawn away. But he's setting up mating nets.
Oh my gosh, he wants rook B8, knight F7. Kind of mate over there.
Although G6 will defend. 10 seconds for Shevchenko. He's down a pawn. He's in trouble all of a sudden.
Yeah, rook F3 check. Watch out for that. And king G2 is bishop B5.
Great move, rook B5, though. This might be a draw.
But that was a huge... Bishop F6, perhaps?
Rook F3, no. And I think he's bailing out. Which, as he should. Draw.
Yeah, easy draw now.
Although, given the way this match is going, you never know what's about to happen.
King E7. Don't play rook G6.
Nope. Okay, another trade. And it's official. We're going to have a draw. And that concludes the 5-minute portion. So the lead remains at 3 for Mr. Shevchenko.
That's right. And a big save here by Vokhidov, because if he's down 4 points against Shevchenko, I'm worried about him. 3 points is not, it's not a good deficit. You don't want to be down any points, obviously.
No.
But this is much more manageable than a 4-point hole.
Well, yesterday we saw Andrew Hong surmounting a 5-point lead just in the bullet, and now we have a whole hour of the 3+1 segment. Both players will have to catch their breaths and make some adjustments. I think the quality of play, to echo your point from earlier, has been very, very high. I'm enjoying this match a lot.
It certainly has. And the score, I don't think, is any indication of how close it's been. 3 points is a ton. But there have been some back and forth battles where it just goes Shevchenko's way in the scramble. We'll see how Vokhidov can handle the shorter time controls, because we're going to go on break. And when we return here at the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, we'll get into the 3-minute plus 1 second increment portion of this match.
Want to play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
The Women's Speed Chess Championship is returning this May. The WSCC is the most important online tournament for title women in the world. Stay tuned to chess.com for all the action for which begins in May. Donna, that's going to be a really exciting event. We'd love to see Ho Yifan, Katerina Lochno, Ju Wenjun, and many others take part in that one. So I'm excited for it for sure.
Me too. And this is such an exciting time of the year going into summer. We have the JSCC, the WSCC, then we'll have the candidates. We have a lot to look forward to, but right now we are looking forward to the 3+1 segment as we check the Smarter Chess predictions again. It says 6-4. Vokhidov, he needs to strike, and he needs to do it now.
Yeah, he's down 3 points, and he's just looked a little shaky in the time scrambles where he's had some very good positions, some chances, and yet he's not securing the points that he needs.
No. And, the players, they have to make this adjustment from 5 minute to 3 minute. It's only 2 minutes, but Robert, you'll co-sign this. The tenor of the games is completely different. You no longer have the time to spend 2 minutes on a critical moment.
No, you don't. So the part of the issue is for Shevchenko is that he's been spending a lot of time in the opening. And I think he'll speed up now that we're getting into the more familiar 3+1 format, as you've mentioned a number of times, that Shevchenko has won several Title Tuesdays, and you don't win those by accident.
No, you don't. You really aggressively, affirmatively, emphatically cannot win a Title Tuesday by accident.
No. And you see the live odds here saying 77% Shevchenko goes on to win this match. That feels about right. Maybe with the next game that will change, but Vokhidov, what does he need to do differently? Okay, we can say play better in critical moments, but is there anything concrete that we can latch onto?
He needs to play better in critical moments. It's funny. It's like those basketball interviews with all the cliches, like just down the stretch,
Yeah, they didn't make their free throws.
Coach put me in. Yeah, just didn't get rebounds. No, I think he just needs to. I mean, I said this earlier. I sound like a broken record, but he needs to trust his intuition, and he needs to take more risks. It's easy for me to say this, sitting in my armchair, and waving my hands, but I really feel like he needs to take more risks in these tactical positions. Even Bishop C5 last game, right? Weird hesitation sometimes, and that results in overthinking and in letting his opponent off the hook. So let's see whether he can make those adjustments down the stretch.
And I'm completely with you, because there was that game where he had the white pieces and he played that move B4. But then
Sorry.
What are you laughing about?
It's a really funny chat message. Needs to play good moves and avoid bad moves. sorry. Continue.
I was like, I didn't say anything funny. At least I don't believe I did. But that is good advice. But I was going to say, in that game where he played B4, he didn't play B5 to follow it up. So he's showing that hesitation, and Shevchenko is making the most of those moments. So this position, Danya, now it's Vokhidov on the clock. There's tension from C5 to D4. Do you take there and get the 3-on-2 pawn structure on the queen side? Do you play a move just like pawn to B3, although that looks a bit loose? So you need to find his move, and at last, he's made it.
Well, I've gone off the rails completely. Now I was thinking of the dumbest pun ever shared. I was going to say, when Vokhidov turns 21, I think he's already 21. Does he change his last name to Vokhidov?
That did not just happen. You're laughing at something the chat said, and now you're coming up with horrible puns.
That's it. My attention span. That's it. 90 minutes into the broadcast, I've gone off the rails officially. But no, in all seriousness, I like this move E5 by Kirill. It opens up his bishop. And the question, I think, is going to be, can White, there's a little bit of awkwardness here with the bishop blocked by the knight. Can White get away with B4? Might be bishop D4 then.
And that's
I'm just going to ignore I said anything in the last 5 minutes.
No, that is a big question, because most people don't want to give up their bishop for this knight on F3. But with that rook on A1, it can be a bit awkward. So here we go. Knight D4, queen D4. Are you really wanting to play rook A2? You just don't have a choice. So here, rook A2 is played first because the C4 pawn would have been hanging in the other variation.
But now it's hanging again with bishop D3, forking the rook and the pawn. And black's pieces are all over White's position, but they're loose, and maybe White can throw in B5 at some point and eat up that E5 pawn. And what's wrong with knight C4 specifically?
We'll find out. Is there knight
Queen
B3 just takes?
Takes it. Rook D2. Oh, now he's threatening knight E5.
Wow.
But
This
queen
happened
B6?
out of nowhere. Queen B6, knight takes D4?
E takes and bishop B2, I guess, and you're going to win the pawn back.
So he goes
queen F6 is the other side. But the same thing might happen, knight D4 and bishop B2 pre-move.
So he plays knight takes D4, so you can take B7, but there might be like a bishop B3 and your queen isn't thrilled.
Yeah. Queen has only 2 squares, G4 and H5, but that's enough. Rook 8, D8, B8, very difficult position to handle properly.
And do I want to throw in bishop B3 first? He says no. Let's leave that queen in line with my rook.
Bishop B3, there it is.
Because queen G4 now is knight F3 check.
Oh, and yeah, queen takes, you trade queens first and then take D2. In fact, the queen might have to go to C1, and it does.
And knight F3 check, I mean, that's not out of the question, because I would love to go bishop D5 next once my queen gets down there.
In fact, after knight F3 in the trade, White does have the move rook E3, which not only saves the game, but I actually think, no, then black has rook takes D2, but that isn't comfortable for Kirill.
No, and at best, black is making a draw there.
Whoa.
Wait a second.
Rook E3. What is his idea specifically? He's going to have to go rook takes D2.
Yeah, but then after takes, you're going to trade queens and you're going to lose the E5 pawn.
He missed rook E3, and he's just lucky that he has rook takes D2 or queen D1 check. Queen D1 is a cool move.
Yeah, you can see on Vokhidov's face there. He's like, oops.
Right. You mean Shevchenko's face?
No. Oh, yeah, I did. But Vokhidov also kind of looked a little confused, but he's the one who's benefiting from it.
Right. And now queen D1 check, he has to bite the bullet. Obviously, the consolation for black is that there's opposite colored bishops, and White has light square weaknesses on the king side, which you cannot discount even in an endgame.
Right.
So bishop F3 is a pretty big positional threat.
So rook E7, then bishop F3, you have to be very careful because you could walk into danger. And which pawn for White should you move? Because you could play G4, H3, and then get your king out to H2 and G3 like that. King F1 doesn't really help because bishop F3 still will be played.
It's hard to say. I honestly don't think that white is that much better here. No matter which pawn you push, you create long-term weaknesses. If you push the F pawn, then there's the possibility of the black rook going to D2.
And now bishop F3, rook E1 is available, or rook E3, as you point out.
Yeah, but rook E1, A6, and then black is going to trade rooks. And now just move the bishop back. Wait. Oh, apparently there's a move B5, fixing the weakness on A7. Oh, he doesn't. And now A6, very important.
Yeah, but B5, that was such a nice move.
That was such a positional, just great positional move. Sensing you need to fix the weaknesses on squares where you can attack them.
A very difficult move to play, considering the king was on G1 and there were some light square issues, but still one that was well within the type of move that you expect Vokhidov to find. So anyway, he's up a pawn, but it's a lockdown position.
He's had his chances. You can't say that in these games, Shevchenko is shutting him down. He's getting chances. He's just not finding really strong moves in critical positions.
And okay, he wants some kind of bishop C5, rook to E7. So HG, rook G.
Pawns are getting traded.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think he's going to win this.
He should try, of course.
And Shevchenko has to be careful not to lose the F pawn by accident in his efforts to keep the other pawn protected.
But he'll have rook F5 at some moment, like now.
Yeah, then king E3 and F4.
Rook takes F3.
Maybe try
rook
to
F3.
arrest the. Oh, look. Devil. Rook B6 check first, but now king E3, king F4 is happening.
Yeah. Ooh, F4 doesn't work because king takes F4 hits the rook on G.
Rook coming to E5 with 5 seconds or Kirill.
Wow.
King B3.
Yeah, I was thinking of F4 to trade rooks, but king B3 looks.
Rook C5. He blundered the bishop
in one move.
Oh my God! He had to move his king, and he lost it. Oh my lands!
And that might be just what Vokhidov needs to get right back in this match.
That is just what the doctor ordered right there. And I thought that the worst was behind him. He's over the hump, but man, oh man.
That was a huge blunder there by Shevchenko. And now we're into this game where Vokhidov, he continues to show excellent preparation, spending no time in the early stages. And Shevchenko retreats his bishop to C4. And I guess he caught Vokhidov by surprise for a change.
Yeah, bishop B5 check is very uncommon. And I'm only familiar with the classic D2, D4. He still hasn't played D4. And whoa, E6. Oh, that's a really cool idea. But is it really that impressive?
Okay,
does he know what he's doing?
How do you take
and then think? Oh, let me sacrifice and then start thinking.
Yeah, how does that happen? Okay,
no, I think he was probably trying to remember which move order to play it in.
King takes E6. Anybody? Nope.
Going once, going twice.
Yeah, no customers for that one. So what if you just move your king back?
And what's the pawn count after that? Is it even?
It is even. Oh, it hates that move.
No, because white. Well, I thought black was up a pawn, but since it's even, black just is a bad king.
So what was the move instead of king to G8? Because I guess you could take on E6.
Oh gosh, but both moves required you to go for a position like this.
Yeah, that's what I was aiming for. Bishop F5.
G4.
I didn't have a follow-up. I just was getting to this point.
The simple E6 in black is, of course, totally fine. How could Vokhidov not see this?
Oh gosh. Well,
now he's just worse.
He's just down, not a pawn, and it's even material, but his king on G8 is very unhappy to be there.
That's right.
I could see him surviving this.
Yeah, it's one of those positions where eventually, if black goes H6, king H7, gets this rook in. Yeah, black's worse in the long run, but his pieces aren't that bad.
And the move D5 from white feels very committal. So you kind of want to play it, but you don't really want to give the knight the E5 square either. So it's not a decision you take lightly.
Love A4. I think he should push that pawn all the way up to A6, provoking more weaknesses on the queen side. And then trying to combine that with a well-timed like knight E5 or queen E2. He should play both in the center and on the queen side.
And he's thinking about A5. He's probably wondering, is knight C4 going to attack that pawn A5? Is to give black enough time to regroup? If rook takes F3 right now is not going to be available, but it's a typical French defense idea.
Yeah, but I feel like with that king blocking the other rook, he just doesn't have enough firepower to make it work in most cases.
So if if the h8 rook were on a8 or c8, then you'd really be going for rook takes f3. But
in a heart, if it was on c8, I'd go for it in a heartbeat because black would just win all of white's pieces there. But yeah, rook h8 to c8 would be a dream move right now, or rook h8 to f7. It turns into a knight for one move.
And let's see, what is he aiming for? H6 played, quiet move, but to allow the king to h7. And once the king gets there, then there could be even a doubling on the f file. So it's not like white has nothing to worry about.
No, we talked about the this kind of scenario. White's got a weakness on d4, a long-term weakness, and that cannot be discounted.
So
okay,
b3 was played. I was imagining that bishop a3 was a follow-up that he wanted to go for, and now he does, because a5 is still available. The e7 pawn is tender, so a5 can still be played, but he's shown that he might not want to play that move.
Yeah, he doesn't want to send the knight back to c8, where it defends e7 as he brings his queen up to d3, aiming at the g6 pawn. Vokhidov blocks it with his rook and finally prepares to get that h8 rook, which has been lying dormant for so long, into the game. And then rook f3 is going to become a problem. He's outplaying him.
Look at this.
E5.
Already, he missed it. He missed his chance.
And now he's worse again, but it's still unclear.
Very unclear. I mean, this evaluation saying +2 point whatever. Yeah, if white breaks through on the king side over here, maybe an h4, knight g3, h5, that actually looks kind of straightforward. Or knight g3, knight h5, if you put your rook on f6. The knights for black on b6 and c6 not helping out.
It wasn't a problem earlier, but now it's become a huge problem because now the battle has transitioned to the king side and you're really missing your knights. They're just not doing anything.
So is it time for a move like knight c8 or goes
okay,
e5?
He plays e5. Better late than never, I guess.
So takes.
Ooh. This looks very flimsy. Wait a minute.
Even like knight g3, yeah. If you have to take.
And then the rook's coming into e7.
Ugh.
Exactly.
And then bishop b2, queen d4, and checkmate. Just checkmate everywhere. Oh
wait, rook g3.
Why would you take that way?
I think he wanted to keep f2 protected indirectly, but that wasn't something to worry about if you play h. You have a luft on h2.
And you have rook e7. That was the whole point.
Exactly.
So...
Exactly. Now white is still in great shape here. Make no mistake. I would play h4. Oh, as he goes for the plan we talked about.
Maybe black has to play d4 and give up a pawn or something, but that doesn't look fun.
Not at all. 20 seconds now for Shamsuddin. This keeps happening. He keeps getting up on the clock, and then he spends all of his time when he gets into trouble.
How was he holding? Knight f5 is a huge threat.
Queen f6 is tempting to some extent.
Yeah, I wouldn't go for it, but I get why it's 15 seconds for white. He's down the clock.
He's got to make a decision. I think he's going to go for it. I don't think he sees an alternative.
Yeah, but if he does that with no timer, 6 seconds, you got to move.
Queen and knight, rook f3. You can't take it because of queen h8 mate.
But you have knight c6 or knight f5.
Yes, you do. Chasing the queen away, goes knight f5.
And then d4 is coming. Whoa, it takes now.
Himself with no time to play a complicated position. Queen d6, bishop e5.
Queen's got to go.
Queen's starting to run a little crazy here.
If you take on b3, there's g4, I guess.
Uh-oh.
And there
D4?
it is. Wow, what a move.
The bishop.
GF, rook e7 check coming.
But then king g8 and black is a passer. F6, whose passer prevails. White's going to win.
Queen d5, you got to go. Just go.
Got to move. Rook e7 check is coming.
Okay.
No, just f7.
That was...
He just left the g5 was a... He died with a whimper there.
Yeah, that wasn't any way to hold that position, but it got immensely complicated. And Shevchenko was the one who was down on the clock, but his position was easier to play because it was black's king that was in trouble.
And there were chances. He did a good job recovering from that opening, but it was not meant to be. Okay, another Sicilian. Another somewhat unconventional Sicilian, I should add.
right, with this isolated pawn on d5 and IQP, but white has moved the queen. And so many early queen moves in this match. And to my eyes, I tend to like this position from white's perspective. It's kind of French-like in nature. The bishop is out on the light squares for black, but that pawn on d5, it's a target that you can go after for the long term.
Yeah, so black needs to play very actively in order to compensate for that weakness. Okay, bishop b3, defending the knight on d4, both sides developing and threatening knight takes c6.
Right, don't blunder a piece in Scotch fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, good comparison.
Can you just trade on d4 and play queen e7 check? Could be an annoying move.
And then we'll see king d2 rook e1, just like in that other game.
Well, here we see it.
I'm only half joking.
Yeah. Okay.
No, there's no way he plays king d2 here, right?
No, 94. Oh, he goes for it because 94. You just
what else? Yeah, what else is there to do? And also, this doesn't look that bad.
No, the king's fine. No, you beat queen b5.
Yep, that's actually a very important resource. Okay, so, castles.
So rook e1.
Which rook? Do you go with the a rook so that the king can manually castle queenside? Yes. Another idea that has occurred before.
I would for sure play rook a to e1, as you're pointing out. What else do you think? He's not taking on f6, obviously. Maybe he's thinking of throwing h3, but then there's... But see, this is your point, Daniel. You have to make moves like that in maybe 5 seconds and not 30 seconds.
And it's a delayed punishment, right? You're not going to pay the price in the next 5 moves, but you are going to pay the price 25 moves right now when you get a critical position. You need those 10 seconds back.
And if he were playing a bullet game, he would have went rook a to e1 in 2 seconds.
Yep. And the position has quieted down a little bit, but that might just be, temporary intermission as both sides get their rooks in position.
Right. And
particularly black.
White could think about h3, g4, f4, throw those pawns up, and black can similarly think about queenside play with a b5 push, and that could cost a pawn, but opening files is very important.
Mm-hmm.
But strategically, black's position is bad because of the IQP.
Yeah. Now, big moment here for white. He needs to decide how to arrange his pieces. I would probably throw in the move king b1 at one point, at some point.
Right. Very reasonable to toss that one in. And
another long think, though. I don't like what he's doing.
Is he rook e5?
Just doesn't have that pizzazz that I would look for in a move that has been accompanied by such a long think.
And then look what Shevchenko does. Immediately, he trades and plays rook c4.
So is there knight takes d5? No, bishop takes d... Oh, that's rough. Look at this position, and white loses a piece.
Good tactical eye by you. Well, that line was actually really interesting because it almost works for white. Like if you just
Should I show it real fast?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Because if you, let's say you play rook takes d4, the most natural move to most people, and have a king f8, bishop takes b7, it looks like rook b8 hits 2 pieces at the same time, your knight and your bishop, but knight c6 is nasty.
Forkovich. And instead of that, black can play the move bishop takes knight, still maintaining the attack on white's queen, and everything works out perfectly. No, there's no desperado captures. Here the queen is defended. Here the bishop is defended, black is up a piece. Here, the bishop hangs and black takes it with the rook or the knight. So none of it works. Okay, so wow. Shevchenko has grabbed the pawn on f2.
And he just goes rook e2 back. Now d5 is loose in many different positions.
Okay. So what if you drop back to c5? The back rank also needs to be watched out for.
I guess you just take on d5 and just trade everything off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, but the endgame is bad for black because white's rooks are in much better position to infiltrate the 7th rank.
That's right. So will we see a direction? If b7 is hanging in addition to queen d8 back rank problems, and you may think that's not a problem. Let's say you go a move like rook b8. I just want to show this. Queen d8 check, take, and queen f8. There's other rook to e8.
Wow, beautiful tactic.
Nasty.
And this is just mate. Or you lose a rook. Okay, so in the meantime, they've gotten into the endgame. Black is trying to make a draw here. He's on the back foot. But I think he's doing a great job.
Yeah, but white's just more active, right? Even if you trade rooks, white's king is going to be more advanced. And as you're pointing out, just push those pawns. And if black tries to do the same, you're not going to have as easy of a time with that king nicely situated on d4 here.
Right. And the disparity in king activity also basically means that any pawn endgame is going to be likelier to be winning for white. It's not, doesn't rule it out. You have to calculate it, but black doesn't really have time for it.
That's right. And now the question is, do you play a4, a5, which is he's going for to soften up the b6 square. So here g4 is possible. I did not
He's allowed him to freeze all of his pawns, which is huge going into a potential pawn game. And then c5.
He's going to play h5. He's after g4, he's going to play h5 and like rook h7. That's what he was aiming for.
Yeah, but then c5. Okay, but now rook takes a5.
Yeah, this is
really bad for black. He has to win this game.
I'm considering h4 here for white.
So I 100% agree.
So he throws agree. King f5 is c5.
Ooh, but now the king can run toward the white pawns and create counterplay in white's time pressure. Rook f7.
Yeah, rook f7 maybe have to play, but that's rook d6 at c6, rook d7 coming, things like that. Or
yeah, it's b5. Really slow.
And Shevchenko down to 10 seconds.
He doesn't see it. Does he have a way to create counterplay?
Just take, and then d5, c6, rook a2 will always defend that f2 pawn.
No, rook 6 didn't work.
c6, don't mind if you do. King c5.
And even a rook sack is not out of the question on a7, even here, but I would wait.
Rook a1.
I think rook a7 wins, but it's too close for comfort.
Yeah, I think he's going to check the king off the e file and go king d6, and then usher the pawn with his king.
Well done. Well done. Rook f6 check.
Just king up some more. Yeah. Is rook e7 possible here?
Yeah, because he queens with check there.
That's what I was thinking. And now,
oh, this is not quite over. But can black give up the rook? And black is too slow. White's going to go after the a7 pawn.
Yes, and rook f.
It's over.
Rook f1, b6, b7.
Great technique by Vokhidov there in the endgame. He really didn't give him any chances.
That's right. And it's a big win for him because it was a 3-point lead again. He does not want that to balloon to 4. He keeps it the distance at 2. And Danya, they're trading off victories.
Yes, they are. And Vokhidov has stepped it up. Yes, he took maybe a little bit too long there in the opening, but he kept his composure and he played a terrific endgame there.
He did, for sure. And now we're in one of these Alpine Sicilian. So that's been one of the hallmarks of today's match. And bishop to c6. So Vokhidov, again, he's going to build a lead on the clock. I get the feeling in the opening, he's going to be better prepared through and through. And this looks very solid for black.
Yeah, solid as a rock with that knight on d5, supported by tons of pieces. The d7 knight can go on to b6, and nothing will shake that knight. This looks great.
For sure. And look at the queen side, fully developed from black's point of view. A rook can come to c8. And if you play knight c3 for white, then you have to watch out because you may be saddled with a backwards pawn along the c file. So bishop d2 or something casual makes sense to me. And then maybe knight c3. But I feel like white has all of nothing out of the opening stage.
Does Vokhidov give opening lessons? Because I want to take some from him.
Yeah, for sure. Right. Every game we've been impressed by how quickly and how well he's been playing, especially from the black side.
And Shevchenko, in the time that we're talking, is down to 2 minutes after 10 moves.
And I thought that would stop in the 3-minute portion, but it continues.
No.
Oh, already a mistake. Is there a knight f4 coming?
There is. And the knight could reroute to g6, and white could be saddled with a big weakness on e5. And again, this awkwardness created with the dark squared bishop having no good developing square.
A knight f4, knight g6. I really like the plan you just were showing because the queen has to step up to e3. The knight retreats to g6, and that pawn on e5, queen c7, bishop c5, all of black's pieces coming to life there. I think you're just going to win the pawn.
But it's a very hard thing to go for because that knight on d5, it's tempting to just keep it there. It's on an outpost, but you got to realize that it's got to move on to bigger and greater things.
Yeah, so he's thinking, which in my eyes makes it more likely that he'll play knight to f4, but he could also just settle for queen c7. You can't really complain about the position after that.
Yep, you called it. Rook e1 maybe should be thrown in by Shevchenko to keep this pawn as protected as possible in preparation for knight f4. He could also move his knight away from d2.
But he can't go knight e4. That's the problem.
No, that blunders e5.
And that's why queen c7 was timely. If black had castled first, then there was knight e4 available. Now there still is not knight e4 because e5 falls. And if that knight goes to b3, that's not where you want it to be.
Yeah, and unless he develops quickly, things will start to unravel here for white. Black has an amazing position here.
Can you move the knight from d5 to b6 and go bishop takes f3?
Love it. I feel like what's hard about that, though, you have to realize that the plan should be to go after the e5 pawn. And I feel like Vokhidov is in the let's make slow improving moves kind of mode, which is not bad, of course.
Right. I mean, his position is great, even if he doesn't win that pawn. And for everybody watching, that pawn e5, it's just a target because it's overextended. It's very good with queens and many pieces on the board because it takes away squares from black. But as soon as pieces start getting traded, that e5 pawn, well, it might just be one, but even in the endgame, it'd be hard to defend.
And this is looking worse and worse as bishop takes f3 is now on tap. Kirill has to move his bishop back, but then the other knight's coming into c5. Ugh, this is getting ugly.
And if you think knight d4, this is bishop takes g2 because the c4 bishop is loose.
This has been a completely dominant display wire to wire for Vokhidov. Can he bring it home?
I think the answer is yes. This position looks overwhelming. The lead on the clock is over a minute for black.
Wow. Bishop, I mean, Kirill, I really think has no choice but to move the bishop back and allow knight c5.
Oh.
And all of these weak squares and infiltration posts in the center and on the queen side, and white's position is in shambles as he goes for the pawn instead. Makes sense as well.
Right. Queen f3, knight takes e5. The queen on c7 is defended. There are pins. And here, you could even think about the move knight c2. He plays knight c5, but I was thinking if you play knight c2 and just start trading pieces, the end game is so much better for black.
Yeah, that almost looks resignable. And the bishop miserably walks back to c4. Kirill trying to keep the knights at bay. Rook f8 is possible, but maybe a little bit too slow.
Donnie, I like knight c2 a lot better than this. It feels like white has some chances here, whereas if you just go back just one turn or until when the bishop was on b3, like knight c2, you force everything off. And I see the evaluation is not quite as high, but it's so much easier to play.
I totally see what you're saying, but at the same time, with 20 seconds, he's won the pawn on e5. I still feel like with the two bishops, white has chances to make things interesting, especially if he can get Vokhidov low on time. And Robert, there's this idea of pushing the soft pawn up, even sacrificing it to open up the light squared bishop.
I agree. I think that there's some chance here for white, but with the clock situation, that's the bad news for Shevchenko. I think that, if they were even on the clock, maybe there would be a hold, but not pleasant.
Knight d5, I like that move. It gets the knight into the center, puts a body on the bishop. Takes c5, and now we have a trade, and this endgame is virtually hopeless.
Okay, this is -4, so I was looking for tactics, but it's just claiming that the endgame is that good for black.
Up a pawn, white's kingside in shambles. There's mate threats on the back rank. Weak pawn on b2, which can be targeted by the bishop.
Bishop a5, then even a move like f5 to trap that knight.
Yeah, now the knight jumps into e4.
This is not -5. It's obviously good for black, and it's just we have a super strong stockfish with N and UE on it, so it's like that's how winning it is from an objective machine perspective. But from a practical perspective, white still has some chances to survive this game.
And let's not forget that they're opposite colored bishops. So if white miraculously stabilizes and stops black's pieces from infiltrating and gets a knight trade, you could have drawing chances underneath, but h6 traps the knight. Never mind. Forget it.
Yeah,
knight takes c6 as a piece.
And rook d6 is king f7. And
rook e4, I think, though. Bishop d5, one last chance.
There's rook e1 check.
Rook e1 check. Or this. Nicely done by Vokhidov, and he wins another one. His first 2-game winning streak of the match.
And I mean, this is now a break, and it could not have come at a better time for Shevchenko because he needs to work on his openings. What I'm seeing in this match is every single game, particularly when he has the white pieces, he's down like 30 seconds before we even realize it. So he needs to work on this Alapin, maybe just change it, something new. But Danya, I really believe that he is not going to win this match if he keeps this opening stage problem.
Completely agree, Robert. And especially with the white pieces, you can't be coming out of the opening down 45 seconds and with a worse position. So maybe a change of opening is what's required, throwing Vokhidov off. Whatever it is, I agree. I think the break comes at a great time as Shamsuddin brings the lead to within a point.
For sure. It is 7-6. This is the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, and we will be right back.
This is going to be a real-time breakdown of Danny Wrench's games all time on chess.com.
That's cool. Oh! In the last month, I am playing 83.12.
I'm less accurate than them in every stage.
Yeah.
Man, that stings a little
you
bit.
You should
okay.
do the more game review.
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot. Okay, so
Tuesday sucks. I gotta stop playing chess on Tuesday. Oh, it's because it's Title Tuesday.
Look how many blunders there were back in December 2020. And now December 2021, 1,600. Don't look at this number. look at this number. Best.
Let's go to tactics. Mates. I'll probably need to work on these ones. Yep.
Every single rook fork that has presented itself to me, I have found. No one has a higher percentage of rook forks than I do. Yes, correct.
These are literally the knight forks that you missed.
I missed knight d6?
You saw it just now.
What the is wrong with me?
I could have done here and then taken this pawn, and I'm winning because my pawns get held together. That's probably the coolest part about this feature.
Like these positions against Hess? Rook there for rook e2! And he blunders mid and one! Oh my goodness! I'm awful!
Chess.com is hiring. Ever wanted to make chess your career? We're currently looking for a vice president of member experience, head of growth, senior coordinating producer, and many other positions. Head to chess.com/jobs for information and to apply today. And speaking of jobs, Nihal Sarin has a job to do. If he wants to three-peat the Junior Speed Chess Championship, he is the two-time reigning champion, and his first match, Danya, is against Aroniak Ghosh. And that is happening Tuesday, April 19th at 6 a.m. Pacific.
And now that Aroniak showed his mastery in that qualifier, I'm sure Nihal is aware of that. He's not going to sleep through this match, Robert, because this is not a gimme by any means. He's a heavy favorite, yes, but Aroniak really has proven himself.
He certainly has. And we asked Aroniak when he won the qualifier how he felt, who he wanted to play. And he mentioned Nihal Sarin in particular. He's like, that guy, he's pretty good.
He's okay. Nothing special. Come on. Okay. Well, Vokhidov has cut the lead to 1 point. Shevchenko, he got a chance to breathe, to think about his openings. And let's see whether he makes changes.
And this was the game we saw earlier, bishop e2, bishop e7, knight c6, e5. And he's going back for it. But we didn't like this.
Queen e5 check, but he definitely looked it up. I still don't like it, but I'm sure this is the theory.
But he played queen c7 the last time, and then there was that knight d6 idea. So he switches it up, and f5. Clearly, he's done his research.
Yeah, I'm kind of from the old school. When I see a d6 square like that and then a knight there, you don't really need to tell me more. I already don't like it. That's like telling me that a dish has mayonnaise. I don't care if it has truffles and it has Wagyu beef. If it has mayonnaise, I don't like it.
Have you ever had a Big Mac?
Yes, but with no mayonnaise.
Oh, how about spicy mayo?
The thing is, no, aioli, nothing. The thing is, that's why I don't like drive-thrus and fast food restaurants. I mean, I love fast food, but I'm always worried that when I unwrap it back home, there's that white stuff on it, and I have to throw it away.
You just have a phobia at this point. This isn't even like the taste.
I just hate mayonnaise.
I mean, I do too. I'm agreeing with you, but also just
I'm
trying to push
quite
back
open-minded in terms of taste. It's just the one thing, mushrooms and mayonnaise. That one thing that if it's in a dish, I won't eat it.
All right, I like mushrooms. So here we see e5 played.
I'll give them to you.
I appreciate that. That means we're going to be eating together. We'll be breaking bread. So rook f6 here played. The d6 pawn is under attack.
Oh, Shevchenko's about to break bread on d6.
And the c4 pawn, it's not only under attack, but it's pinned. You'd like to try to play c5 at some point to reinforce the pawn on d6, but it's going to take a while with the bishop a6, bishop e2 stare down.
Whoa.
Oh, queen e1.
Whoa. Wait a minute. How does that work? And then bishop takes c4. How did he play that so casually and so quickly? Wait a minute. White's got to have something here.
I don't know.
What does white have? Oh, maybe just h3.
Okay. Yeah, right.
Just tuck the king away.
Give up 2 pawns and, as an exchange, and just go h3 and run away. But this clearly, he might have to. Well, what else does he have? But he's down on the clock, and this looks scary.
And he's down a pawn, so you might as well at least try to unbalance the position. He's going to take some time here just to verify that there are no freak tactics, but there are none. He has to go h3 and bite the bullet.
Although then queen f1, I don't see bishop d5. This looks so good. But you're pinned on the first rank.
But you know what worries me is that Black's going to get so engrossed in hunting White's king that he's going to forget about the safety of his own monarch.
Okay. And I don't know if I'm buying that this time around.
Let me give you another argument that might convince you. White has 2 rooks and Black has only 1.
Not that convincing.
I mean, I know you didn't realize that.
No, I didn't. So I appreciate you letting me know and everybody else know. But it's 2 pawns and a minor piece for the rook. And it's not just that. Look at the king safety. You're right that Black's king isn't perfectly safe and sound, right? The king could come under fire, but there's a pin along the first rank. You'll have to play b3, bishop b2.
No.
Or as you're pointing out, a bishop h6 tactic to go for checkmate. I see that. I get you. I'm not
how does Black defend against that?
So what if I play f4?
That is, I would, believe it or not, I would still consider bishop f4, bishop e5. Just throw all of through the kitchen sink on Black. But then there's knight c4 in the end. It's actually a very important resource.
Bishop h6.
But queen takes A1 and then queen G5, rook F7. Is there rook F6? No.
Oh my goodness.
Come on. He could have justified everything I said. Yeah, bishop H6 was the move.
Yeah, queen G5.
And now bishop G7
is because of rook G7, queen D8, rook F6 is mate.
But here's the thing, Robert. Even if Vokhidov didn't see that, he could have gone for this line, noticing that he had the perpetual in his pocket.
That's true. It would have been able to just make sure that he can't lose. But I think he's still trying to win. And he didn't see bishop H6, this whole sequence, because the rook went to F8. He sees bishop H6, queen G5, there's rook F7, and he stops calculating because he only has a minute, 8 seconds. So it's not like he has all the time in the world.
Maybe he sees bishop H6, queen A1 and stops calculating. And now, you know what the issue is? The same idea doesn't work because white has opened up the long diagonal, which means black can play E5, E4 and defend G7 with his queen. So it's out of the question.
So instead, he's going to go for bishop B2, right? And just protect the rook and then go for the E5 pawn, throw in a queen G3 at some point.
Yes.
And queen E2 played, stopping bishop B2, threatening bishop takes F3.
Which is ignored because of rook D2.
Rook
What a
D2,
devilish
wow.
little trick.
And
he saw that so fast.
Wow, that actually...
He's up on time again.
That's a huge save.
So what about F4? He goes rook F7. Rook E1.
Rook E1.
Uh-oh. Oh, but this has gone off the rails for black.
And what's the file? Queen G3, there's pawn F4. Oh, knight
C8 is a threat.
Lovely move, bishop C1.
He's trying to pry the queen away from the E5 pawn. But how does he continue doing that?
Oh, knight C8.
He blundered it. Knight C8 traps the rook.
There's bishop B2 and rook D5. So maybe start with rook D5, bishop B2, take E5.
And all of a sudden, black is only up a pawn and white has a tremendous bishop and black's pawn structure is in shambles.
Yeah, black's lost. Bishop E5. Don't take with the rook. Yeah, whatever that was is correct.
And you know what's amazing? A pawn endgame would be winning for white, even though he's down a pawn because of the outside passer potential, which is even more depressing for black.
Now consider H4, H5 for white, and he goes queen G3 first, which of course is good.
H4, here it comes.
Rook E6, he wants the D6 pawn. Rook takes H6.
F4.
And he had so much time. I'm just spitballing moves, so I said the same thing.
No, but you would have thought for 2 seconds. Anytime there's contact between an opposing queen and a heavy piece, you have to be incredibly careful.
Oh my God. He was trying to go for the tactics himself. He wanted rook takes H6 check. He wanted to get that queen, but F4.
He plays it, but now there's no queen to capture.
All right, but there is time troubles. So it's a bullet scramble.
Yeah, but there's no you don't have a single infiltration square.
All of a sudden. Okay, that's
Queen E6 still not over, but now the knight comes in.
And queen G3 check.
G3, but then king H1. Queen E8. Oh, man, Shevchenko using all of his pieces.
Wait, there's queen G3, queen E1. He missed it. He had queen G3, queen E1, winning the bishop.
Oh, winning the bishop. Yeah, but now he wins the pawn on G2 and wins the game.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay. A crazy turnaround.
A tragedy for Vokhidov. I mean, he was about to win that game and go to 7-7 score. And now he's down by 2 once more.
And he was playing so well, too. That it was so clear that the momentum was completely on his side. He was finding all these moves. He was up on time. Now, bang, you lose a game, wasted effort, and you're back to a 2-point deficit.
But he's also back to having the black pieces, and every single time he's had the black pieces, we've liked his opening preparation.
Yeah. I mean, it's too early to judge. He's got a development advantage, but he would prefer a pawn on C6 rather than a knight, obviously. Ooh.
I like it. See, this is what he was missing in earlier games. Maybe this is preparation. Maybe he's just kind of just going for it with H5. But just to have that sort of initiative and send it, he was lacking that in previous games.
Right. And Shevchenko opening up a hyper fianchetto situation here. And I agree, taking a page out of a Wonders book and pushing the H pawn in the opening.
What's white doing? Knight F4 played, okay.
But okay, I mean, bishop A3, okay, then maybe take D5. Okay.
Is G5 an option, or is that too much?
No comment. 87. That's more conventional. He wants to play c6, reinforcing the d5 pawn. But yeah, I don't know how to judge these positions. White has the two bishops. White is a visually nice looking position, but obviously black has more space. He has this wedge in the center, and now he's grabbing space on the king side as well. And the knight on f4 is also a little awkward here.
Right.
G5 could be a problem.
And one of the ideas for white is a potential b4, b5 to open up more of the queen side, but it just feels a little too slow.
Rook c1, bishop f5. Development continues. Another question is, will white castle kingside? Because there might be some issues with king safety, but keeping the king in the center has its own problems.
And queen d6 if you want to trade queens. That way you can never fear an attack.
Such an annoying move to face. Is queen c8 off the table?
CD5, you just take with the knight on d5. I like it. I think you need to keep the queens there. If you trade the queens, you're just worse with the white having the bishop pair.
Worse with almost no winning chances. Like you have no ways to unbalance the game. So this is a great practical decision by Vokhidov, who's again up almost 30 seconds on the clock.
I'm considering queen takes e7 here.
Ooh. Now I would go h3. I would throw in h3 to weaken the light squares on the king side. He doesn't do it. He goes bishop g4.
And a6 doesn't scare anybody.
Very scary. I think he might resign. Yeah, I think he might resign after a6.
No, I mean, it collapses black's pawns on the queen side, but with the initiative happening on the king side now, yeah.
Knight f5, knight takes d4 is on deck. Ugh.
There's also like knight h5 at some moment just to kick that knight out of f4.
Yeah, and that's the problem of having your queen so deep in enemy territory. It's going to just get tossed around.
Knight f5, and then after queen c5, b6.
Absolutely. And the knight takes d4 is coming with a bang. Okay, so he's trying to keep the knight protected, but rook a8.
Yeah, I was thinking that, but
queen out of there.
It's really nerve-wracking to give up that b7 pawn and then a7 being next, but it's slow. So rook a8, queen takes b7, then knight takes d4, as we've been highlighting.
Yeah, and black's attack is anything but slow. Knight takes b3. Once the initial, once one brick collapses, the whole building comes down.
Can you start with knight takes d4? I guess a takes b7 there is going to be a problem. So he takes an a6, which is still good for black. And I just think the practical problems are not going away from white's point of view.
B takes a6 is an understandable move because it eliminates white's main source of counterplay, right? The queen side pawn advantage. And if Shevchenko castles, that does not eliminate the problem with rook a8 and knight takes d4, but he might have to castle, and he does.
And here comes queen a7.
Okay, but wait a minute. Now you can't take d4.
That was a mistake.
Yes, it was. And that was enabled by b takes a6. Earlier, white couldn't take a7 in one fell swoop.
And if rook a8, there's queen c5 as an option.
But okay.
White's taking charge right now.
Yes, he is. And we're going to see the same narrative. Now, Shamsiddin is going to take 30 seconds. The time situation is going to equalize, and Shevchenko is going to take over.
What black would need is knight h5 and rook like a trade on h5 and then rook e6 all in one turn. But of course, that's not allowed.
It's not? Okay, good to know.
What do you make of a move like king h7 here?
Well, you got to try to make lemonade out of lemons here.
I just really want a rook e6 idea at some point.
Okay, and look at the clock. He literally just stopped for 30 seconds.
And he plays rook b8, which...
Wait, Shevchenko could have taken that pawn on d5, but he plays it safe, which is understandable.
And I still am looking for knight h5 to go rook e6. I need to get the knight out of f4. It's such a frustrating piece.
Gosh, the queen hasn't had enough. Here it goes again. And he gets to it.
He does, but he drops c6 in the process, which I guess he doesn't care about.
You mean the process?
I care about that pawn.
No, but when that pawn collapses, the rest of the pawn chain is now free falling. Oh God, that queen is going to be in black's nightmares tonight.
Yeah, it's just going to continue hopping around here. Queen f4.
And here, now it replaces that. And now h4 is falling. Black's whole position is totally collapsing.
And bishop e7 now.
Oh, sticking a fork in it.
Rook needs to stay on the last rank because the b8 rook is a little loose, and then bishop takes f6, and yeah, the position collapses completely.
And all of a sudden, Shevchenko is starting to pull away again after that incredible effort by Vokhidov to bring it to a point. It's going to go up to 3, assuming he wins this game.
And Vokhidov, he blundered a rook. He, in the previous game, right? He had a tied match about to happen, and he instead lost that game, and now is losing a second straight one. So
that was just a stab in the back right there. That previous game.
Yeah. And now pieces are getting traded off.
I wouldn't trade queens, though.
Right.
I wouldn't trade queens. I would play queen a5.
Black's king is not safe. So if you have the safer king, you want the queens on the board.
Right.
And he's going to like rook f5 and h pawn go up the board.
He is just converging on black's pawns and black's king. And I like that decision by Vokhidov. Good chance. All you need is one passer, because as the Greek philosopher Robertus Hess has said, it's not about the quantity of passed pawns, it's about the quality.
Oh, and rook c6 got in his own way.
And here comes the pawn. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, there went the pawn.
Right. That was a rather sad pawn march, wouldn't you say?
It was very sad. What is this?
Queen e2. Never seen this move in my life.
Is he on e5 or just
weird?
Which was a castle queenside. Kind of like it.
I think it's a little cis.
I think we do need opening lessons from Vokhidov.
Well, the jury's still out on whether this is actually good. And I think it is. He's ready to start attacking g4, h4.
I just appreciate the creativity that he's showing in game after game.
Okay, the queen moves back to civilization.
Mm-hmm.
I never like these positions for black. I mean, I'm a King's Indian player, but the problem is anytime you play c5, you weaken d6. Yeah, you can go a6, b5, but black's attack is so much slower and less effective than white's pawn storm on the king's because there are more targets to hook onto.
And h3, I mean, it's such a calm move because you're thinking h4, go for the attack. He wants to go f4. He wants to kick that knight from e5, which is black's best piece, and then he can go f4, g4. All the pawns can go up the board. It's a party, and it's only a party for white.
I don't like f4 at all.
It was premature.
Premature because now black is the target, and the moment black is the target, black's pieces are well equipped to attack the c4 pawn. That was hasty by Shevchenko, who you can sense the frustration it's spilling over into his play.
Haste makes waste, and that pawn on e4 looks late to waste here. I mean, that's just a very quick initiative for black. Knight c5. How are you going to defend that pawn? You can't.
I can imagine Clyde Fraser hasting and wasting,
and I can't really think of that in words. Tasting and pasting,
maneuvering and removing, and
yeah. Good luck with that one. It's just it's just a pawn. And now it's a bad situation.
Capturing and recapturing. I can't. How does he do it? I can't think of a single rhyme.
I don't know how he does it.
Constructs eloquent sentences using only rhymes. This is the New York Knicks legendary play-by-play commentator Clyde Frazier, who, of course, was also one of the greats in the NBA in the 60s.
Yes. And now he lends his voice and his rhymes to the Knicks.
I love Mike Breen and Clyde Frazier. Better than Hess and Naroditsky by a long shot.
Wow. I mean, you don't have to throw yourself in that one. You could just throw me under the bus.
Right. Better than Hess. Sorry.
Just making sure.
I don't know why I stuck my name in there.
Well, I don't know why Vokhidov rushed that f4 move through, but he has opened the f file, and now rook f7 at some point is going to be a bit nerve-wracking. No, rook b4, rook f7. Rook f7.
Rook takes b5, and there's bishop h6.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's easy to miss. I love rook f7.
And d6 is just hanging. So,
but I think you would rather give up d6 than allow rook f7.
Practically speaking, yes, but objectively, you're going to drop all your queenside pawns.
I don't know if you'll drop all of them. You might checkmate white in the process. Wait, knight d6 anyway and rook f7?
And then queen up to e6?
Or e5, threatening mate.
Yeah.
Takes. Yeah, I don't see it there.
No, but queen e5, there's knight c4.
So maybe white should just calmly defend the bishop with rook fe1. But then you don't have rook f7 anymore.
But you are winning d6.
Right. And potentially c5 on top of it.
And if rook e1... rook b4 now? There's knight c3 or something?
Knight c3 might be forced. That's an important resource. But maybe you just want your rook to chill on b4 and then get your... I feel like Shevchenko needs to develop his queen side. It's hard to sustain the attack without the bishop, the other bishop.
D6 is still hanging in that position, right? So if like rook b4, knight c3, bishop b6, queen takes d6 is still available.
That is true.
Whoa. So if queen
what
d5,
exactly is wrong with this move?
So queen, you have rook e3, rook f7. That's not a knight c3, maybe?
Knight coming back to c3. And if you can eliminate the dark squared bishop, you are as happy as you can be.
But it goes against principles. Knight c3, bishop c3. If you go queen takes c3, there's d4. And then you queen... Do you have a queen b3?
Bishop e6. Oh, the idea was to prepare rook f7, but...
Don't think it works out. So I think after bishop c3, pawn takes c3, yes.
And without the dark squared bishop, white's king is relatively safe. Queen f2. I like this move as well. This is a bit of a fork.
Bishop h6 almost works, but bishop h6 is bishop h6 check.
If only white had taken an opportunity to tuck the king away on b1. Rook f7. Wait, d takes e3, rook takes c7. What a tricky move. And now bishop h6 is on the table.
Wow. And if you go queen e6, there's like knight c7 with forks.
And queen a2. Total chaos on the board.
Oh my
Buckle in. 30 seconds for both players. We're going to have a crazy time scramble here.
Yeah, queen e6, knight c7, queen a2, queen f6 looks like a dagger.
Oh, and the white king has an escape route through d2. He takes e3.
He gives him the exchange, but he figures that...
Oh, he sacks the queen. That's a great decision, practically speaking.
And it's objectively as well. It says it's better for black. He found the sequence.
Queen e2. The one thing that black has to not allow is black can't allow this knight to get really active. G5, trying to provoke weaknesses is Shamsuddin.
Queen c4 now?
He's got checks. Bishop covers the diagonal. Rook e5, though.
Oh, I didn't like 96. Going the wrong way.
The knight is stuck in no man's land.
And now knight f5. You have to play knight f5.
And he does.
Because there's queen d3 at the end. And actually, you could take that pawn. You could take the pawn there. He goes back. Rook e1. Is a queen d6 and f6. Queen d6.
Black has to keep the pawn. Here comes the queen.
Uh-oh. How do you stop f6?
Rook f7. You might have to relegate one of the rooks off of the file.
And the queen g6 and king g8, there's f6. Queen g6.
Queen g6 is amazing. And then if you win e2, you're in control. He goes queen e5, not as accurate. Rook back to e7.
Okay.
Queen c6 and rook f8. The other rook has to go to f8.
Then there's queen d6 maybe?
Oh, and you can't go back because of the fork?
Oh, he found
this, you can't go back because of the fork.
Oh,
rook f7,
nice.
It's okay. Rook f7. Black is fine here.
It's just not easy to play with no time. 3 seconds. You can't. Gotta move.
Well, no, but now he gives up e2 and he doesn't take f5 in return.
No.
King
c2.
And now you can't move the rook.
Queen h5. Queen h5. It's done.
Uh-oh. Here comes white. Here's Johnny.
Johnny Walker.
And Johnny taking all the pawns. It's over.
You can even take on g8 and take on e5 there. That was
somehow doesn't flag, and he's still in it. He's still trying to hold. Oh, attacking the queen. Queen takes d8 even was good.
Right. At any moment you can take the bishop and rook for the queen because you don't have pawns. Ooh, good try.
He's trying.
Take c4. Don't mind if you do.
Rook e4, maybe. Just cover trade one pair of rooks.
And it's amazing that Shevchenko has survived this long, but now it's over.
Yep. And a big, big win for Shamsuddin, who emerges victorious from that scintillating time scramble.
That was, a must win. There's no other way around it. It would have been a 4-point lead for Shevchenko. And we have to give Vokhidov credit. He threw away some potential wins. They've got to 3 points. He's never allowed it to get more than that.
He's not tilting. He's definitely not tilting. He's playing his best every game. And that moment when Shevchenko panicked, when he was losing his e-pawn, he had to take the f-pawn. And I still think he would have held a draw there. But understandably enough, he panicked and gave Vokhidov a big win. Okay, so we have a An English setup, and Vokhidov trying to assault it immediately with b5.
And bc4, dc4, that looks wrong in a sense because white's taking away from the center. But at the same time, look at the grip that white has in the d5 square and eventual f2 to f4 to open this position up.
That's a great point. Black sticking his knight on d4, potentially following up with c6 in order to cover the d5 square.
And are we going to just see a bunch of trades here?
Or knight e6. Yep, he drops it back. Queen up to d2.
And the thing about this position is at some point, white would like to play b3, just keep all the pawns safe. And you're pointing out c5, knight d4. There's also a5, a4 to consider to try to crack down on white's pawn structure. And he just kicks the knight out.
Yeah, he says, get out of d5. And once he plays c5, knight d4, white's not going to have such an easy job kicking something out of d4. It's either going to be a knight or a pawn. Choose your poison.
Yeah, it doesn't look too pleasant. Knight f6, you go rook d1, there's rook d8.
Maybe a potential queen b6, but that looks scarier than it is.
It does look annoying, though.
You know what else looks? No, just kidding.
So great queen e7 to start with, just to defend everything at once.
Gray minds think alike. I feel like he's going to go c5 imminently.
Well, that's why he went f4. He decides to strike because f5, f6. You need to be very careful about that.
Yeah, that's a very missable idea, and that shatters Black's king side with queen h6 to follow. But is that really that scary with white's bishop out of the game like this?
He says no, and Shevchenko says yes.
Well, let's find out who's right.
I'm playing f6.
Yeah, having said A,
you probably have to say B.
Thank you. And here's an interesting thing. After f6 gf, you actually might be able to still play queen h6 because here you have rook f5. He's played f6, but he followed up with knight c3. That's kind of understandable too.
And at any point, if he plays knight d5, bishop to e5, bishop e4 to follow. So you'll probably put your pawn on g4 before all of that. But the point is your pieces are just aiming at the black king. And it's only one pawn, rook f2, rook f1, then knight d5 at some point. So this is a position that can get out of hand very quickly for Vokhidov.
It's great practical decision-making by Shevchenko, and you can see that the engine likes it from an objective point of view as well. This is going in the wrong direction for Shamsuddin.
What about f5 for black? And after e takes f5, play f6. I know it doesn't look ideal, but it does make your king feel a lot safer with the 7th rank patrolled by your queen and then probably a rook later.
It doesn't look ideal.
But sometimes things that don't look very pleasant are the best way to fend off an impending attack.
So yeah, I like f5. And he's down to a minute, so a decision has to be undertaken shortly. And f5, ef, you can't really skimp on f6 because then white goes f6 himself and there's checkmate.
Right.
Okay, well, let's see what he comes up with. 50 seconds. Now he's the one down a minute. Usually Kirill has been in that position.
Queen
and he plays
h6.
the sort of standard move. Rook g8 coming.
Yeah. Queen h6. There it is. And is he playing f5 now?
If rook g8, would you consider taking on f6 with the queen and trying to transform the advantage?
Yeah, you win a pawn in the rook ending. So he plays f5.
And he goes for your idea, which I really like. It affords practical chances to counterattack white's king with the light squared bishop's gone.
That's right. And knight d5 can be played because bishop b5, you'll never get a rook to f7 or g8, which means that white's attack can continue unopposed.
Mm-hmm.
But
critical moment here.
There might be queen g7 somehow.
I still think knight d5, queen g7, and maybe you drop the queen back, but that's not something Kirill wants to do, obviously.
No.
This knight on d4 is such a beast.
So he goes knight d5. We see a trade.
Does trade.
He wants a5, a4. He wants a counter.
Yeah. He does. He wants to get this rook to b2. White's king is safe right now, but it might not be in a couple of moves.
And the bishop sorry, I was saying the bishop has absolutely nothing to attack from d5.
No,
right?
that's exactly right.
Oh. It's rook e4, rook lift.
But I still don't see his actual play is nebulous. I don't see how he's going to checkmate black with these two pieces guarding all of the weak squares. Here comes A4.
Oh gosh, and rook G4 is just not in time because rook B2, rook B2, rook B2 is check.
Oh, that's right. And at some point, Queen G7 might come in. This endgame with the B file open could be really unpleasant for white. Let's see what he does. A4.
All right. So if you can take on A4, but there might be just like a rook B2 and then a rook B1, rook B2 draw down there.
There could be. The one thing that gives white relief is that the black queen is tied down to these weak squares because there might be a checkmate on F8 if the rooks are traded. Rook G4.
Oh, he wants the A file, but rook takes B3.
Maybe he wants to go H4 and give himself some luft.
Rook B2. You can still play the move because rook G8 would be checkmate after rook B2, but it's check first against the white king.
And after the trade, the black rook will have to return to B8 in order to guard the G8 square. But then F5 will be hanging rook G8, rook G8. You blundered a queen.
In one turn, F6 falls, it's hopeless.
And again, he stumbles at the last hurdle. Oh, my lands.
You can even probably take that, but why should you? King's going up the board to safety and
potentially as an assistant. The goalkeeper going up to score the final goal.
Pull
F6.
that goalie.
No fork on G5, that H pawn. Ooh.
Oh. Is rook takes G3. Rook G3. Oh my gosh.
How does he defend against it?
Oh, he protects it.
Defense.
And then F7's a threat in the response.
I have to show that.
Yeah, as soon as this game...
let's wait for the game to finish and this is over.
And what is this? A last-ditch effort? No, resignation. You have to show that for sure.
Wow. This move, rook G8. All credit to Shemsinin for his defense. Rook takes G3 check. Knight T4. And not only do you win back the queen, but you simultaneously stop the pawn. And black is in the driver's seat now. Unbelievable. But God, Kirill, so cold-blooded just taking this pawn and defending this pawn.
And if we just go back into this game, I mean, that moment where he went Queen F8, that was...
What was that?
That was a very surprising move. And Rook B2 was available to black.
And a complete mental lapse. And he did everything right. And after Rook B2, King H3, Rook B8, not only is the worst behind him, but black is to be preferred. White's attack is fizzled out. Another incredibly painful game to finish the 3-minute segment.
Yeah, the position we have on screen here, you can just shuffle for black. There's no way for white to make any inroads there. Rook F8, back and forth, and you survive the game. But unfortunately for Vokhidov, he faces a 3-game deficit as we head into the bullet. So, Don, any quick thoughts before we head a break on what Vokhidov needs to get done here?
Well, he needs to give a quick call to Andrew Hong because he was down by 5 going to the bullet. Vokhidov has to continue playing quickly. He has to continue displaying great opening preparation. And in the bullet, that might cost Kirill Shevchenko because there isn't as much time to react to unfamiliar situations. So anything can happen. It's anybody's game. Buckle your seatbelts and do not go anywhere.
This match is up for grabs. It is the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. And we'll be back for the 1+1 portion of this matchup between Kirill Shevchenko and Shevchenko Vokhidov.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. And for our community, the SIG question of the day is, what chess opening would best describe your professional skills? That's an interesting question. I wouldn't know how to answer it myself. Danya, should we just leave it to our audience to come up with an answer?
I don't know openings, Robert. So by definition, I'd kind of be disqualified from answering this question.
Okay, I was going to go with, for you, the Frankenstein Dracula, because, well, I don't really
Because I like horror movies?
No, just because you're a horror to me and I have to commentate with you all the time.
Wow. Did you really just say that on air?
You know, let's go back to those smarter chess stats presented by chessgoals.com, because we're heading into the bullet, and Shevchenko, according to these predictions, 5.5, 4.5 favorite in this time control. What do you think?
I like how the photos of both players are kind of looking at the predictions with suspicious, with like a suspicious look in their eyes. Like, is this really what Smarter Chess is predicting? Well, I mean, this is Vokhidov's last chance. He's down by 3. We know that that could be erased in the span of, I was going to say in the span of 3 games, but that would be kind of a tautology. But in reality, there's 12, 13 games in the bullet. That's a mountain of games, plenty of chances. And Vokhidov doesn't have to put pressure on himself to win the very first game, right? I think that's the wrong way to approach it. He just has to take it one game at a time.
And if we look at the bullet ratings, it's Vokhidov who is the favorite, and he's off to a lightning quick start with the white pieces. He's going to play this side of the Sicilian, and Danya and both players now are speeding up.
And again, good preparation here. And a very typical Najdorf structure where generally Black's plan is to play G6, move the knight out of the way, and play F5. But Kirill taking the first think, that's a good move too, preparing to trade the dark squared bishops eventually.
Right. This light square bishop was good for now from White's point of view, but if the minor pieces get traded into knight on C5 against a bishop on D3, we know who wins that battle.
And there's G6. I like Black's position from a practical standpoint. It's easy to play fast. And what I would do in Vokhidov's shoes is maybe meet F5 with F4.
Right. And try to fight for these squares here. But F4, E4 needs to be considered. He's just going for the queenside pawn push.
Yes, he is. And if he can push C5 and then maybe even D6, and maybe even right now, he could start rolling.
And there he goes. If DC5, D6, bishop takes 6, bishop C4, check, wins that bishop on D6.
But bishop G5, forcing the bishop trade, and that knight is currently blockading the D6 pawn, which, yes, is very scary. Maybe takes in queen A4.
And then knight on G7 is so important because bishop C4, bishop E6 would be another problem.
Exactly. He takes C5, cold-blooded. Knight C5, there's D7. And again, this bishop C4 check idea strikes.
That's actually beautiful.
Uh-oh. Vokhidov off to a great start here, but can he finish this effort? He's much better.
He is, and look at the clock situation. All of a sudden, he's up some time. And knight C5, D7, rook C. He's
going to sack the exchange. He's going to sack the exchange on C4. He's going to have 2 pawns, to be fair.
Yeah, no, that's some good competition.
Whoa! Oh, B5! What an idea!
If H4, the queen just stays on the diagonal.
Back to H6? I didn't see that at all.
No, that was really a shot out of nowhere. Queen E7.
Yeah, and then rook takes C4. He's got to do something. He's going to have to give this bishop away for the maximum amount of material.
And he doesn't. Look at that move. Rook C to E8, moving away. Queen D6 or Queen G5, as you're pointing out.
He's got no time, and Black's going to start rolling on the king side. Move!
Yeah, he's being so much time.
You can't.
F4.
Nah, he's not going to survive this with 5 seconds.
F4, knight E4, queen H4. Here it comes.
Played knight F5, hitting the queen, and White's pieces are starting to get pushed back. But Kirill, he cannot fall asleep on his own king.
Oh gosh, here it comes.
Oh, here's Johnny.
F3 available almost? F3, queen G5. Knight just comes back.
Or though, outpost, rook d1, get the pieces active.
Oh,
but
gosh.
here's f3.
Yeah, he went away from his king, and here it comes. Queen's coming down.
No time, and now the king is wide open, and black
Knight
is
f3, queen h2.
Season. Oh, oh.
And it may seem little, but resigning there, I think Vokhidov understands how these matches have to go. Like, as soon as you're lost beyond hope, you resign because you need as much time remaining on the match clock.
You absolutely do. And now the lead is up to 4, and Kirill Shamsuddin needs to start winning. And another unorthodox Alapin by Kirill, knight a3 this early. And I think he's going for a setup like this. Will he sack a pawn with knight c6?
It's a temporary sack because b5 is also loose, but look at how much development
this.
black has. This looks terrible for white.
I don't know why Kirill is trying to reinvent the wheel on the Alapin, but you should just go for the main line.
Knight f4, queen b5, knight takes e5. Don't mind if I do.
Vroom, vroom in the center. And then takes in d4 maybe.
Okay, that's an option. So maybe queen b5 is also like a rook b8 to throw in if you want it.
And then queen a4, knight takes d5, and you can't touch the knight on f4 because of a discovery.
What was queen d1?
Exactly.
Was
takes in d4?
Yeah, but now you're just down a pawn. At least on the, you have the queen on b5 in the other position.
Rook b8, bishop b7 looks enticing.
This is not how Kirill wanted to follow up that first bullet game.
And this is the worst kind of position to have in bullet. You can't have a bullet game with no development because you're just going to get quashed. Then squashed and crushed.
D4 just gives away a pawn and gives the b4 square with check.
Oh, that's just basically mate, actually. That's literally a mate threat.
Yeah, no, it's...
He doesn't know what to do.
And you know what? If he's going to lose this game, if he feels like no matter what he's going to lose, he might just spend all his time and just...
milk the clock. I feel like not enough players do that, Robert. They think it's dirty, but it's really not. You're playing a match.
No, it's part of the match format. And here, knight d3 check wins the queen.
This. Knight g4, he's still trying.
Queen g6. Bishop b7. No, it hangs a piece, so don't play bishop b7.
Now Vokhidov's clock, he's got one bar, and he blunders the knight. He blundered the knight.
I just said don't do that.
He blundered the knight. You warned him.
Oh my gosh. And he's still ahead on the clock, so he has a chance here, but it's...
Whoa. And why did Kirill... Oh, he castles line. He can still do that.
Yeah, rook g1, going for mate.
King b1 simply, or bishop f3. Anything is winning.
Queen e4 check. Queen e4. That was a huge opportunity. He still has it.
But he'll have it again.
Yes. Queen e4. Right now.
And now he's going to take the rook, and black is not worse anymore.
No, take that rook. Take d4.
b4.
Oh, b4 was actually even better. Good call.
Got to open up the files because white is still in the driver's seat, I would say, in a bullet game. I like the knight. I like the knight here. Mark my words. That knight's going to make its presence felt.
And now black has no ability to have a pawn break, which is what you need in this position.
And that knight can swing around to f3 and potentially either to g5 or to e5. Vokhidov doesn't see what to do. And here comes the knight.
Okay. Does he want b3 somehow?
No, but Vokhidov is not creating anything. And look at Shevchenko improving his pieces. d5.
And g6.
Yep.
Oh, he has this repetition.
I would go for it with white. Try to press the gas pedal down. Vokhidov is the one declining the repetition, but he's going to go d5 and weaken the e5 square.
Rook c1, taking over the open file. Here it comes.
Rook b7, rook b7, defend it. Move.
Gotta go. Oh my gosh, he got 0.1 second.
He's going to flag. Oh, he moved again, but he's going to flag.
What is happening?
It was way too slow and a heartbreaker. He had two chances there, even after blundering the piece, but Shevchenko with amazing play and time pressure.
Oh my goodness, but Vokhidov, he went bishop b7. He hung the knight on f4.
Yeah, that's when the game was truly lost.
But
this match is getting away from him.
He can hold on to some hope here because of yesterday's match. You mentioned how Andrew Hung stormed back from a 5-game deficit. Right now, Vokhidov trails 12-7. So that's 5 games. And if he proves to be the better bullet player, he's got a chance.
He must win this game. Absolutely must. And oh man, that last game.
He's just missing little
timid.
Yeah. That move a4 prevented black from castling.
I honestly think that that's the story of the match so far. It's not the big things. It's not something grand. It's Vokhidov missing, as you said, those little things, those little moments when he could push the gas pedal down and cause more problems.
All right, well, here he goes. The e5 pawn is under attack by 3 different white minor pieces, which means knight f8, which is a typical plan, not available. And as your point, c4, knight d5. You don't even need c4, but
another, and the other knight could come out to d2 and then to c4. You've got plenty of options.
I like that.
I would throw in c4.
I like your knight d2 move.
Ooh. Okay, queen a1.
Oh,
okay, but is it that impressive? Knight d4.
That's why I like knight d2. You would have had knight c4 here, winning the e5 pawn.
He's mixing ideas here. He's still better though. Queen a1 now looks pretty appealing.
I think he just, as soon as queen a1, knight d4 was going to happen, so he just figured I'll keep my.
Whoa, taking rook b3. Now he's got another target on the queen side. Also move the bishop out of the way.
Yeah, because b5. Ooh.
What did Vokhidov just do? Why did he allow that?
Don't ask me, man. I'm just here.
You're just a commentator.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, here we go with this again.
Knight takes d3.
Goodbye. Curtains.
Wow, things are just getting out of hand for him.
Every game this seems to be happening in the bullet. Great position. Something goes a little bit wrong, and then he follows it up with a couple more mistakes. E4, goodbye.
Wins a piece. And the game.
My lands. And Vokhidov is... Shevchenko's blown the doors open on the building.
6-point lead, 21 minutes remaining. So there still is a chance. There's still a chance for Vokhidov, but he needs to start winning these games.
He's got 8 or 9 games, so he's got more than a chance. He's got a realistic chance, but he needs a huge run. He needs 3 games in a row, and then he can start thinking about a comeback.
And it's not enough to claim an advantage. We've seen him have numerous advantages that have slipped away from him. And f6 here, he's just trying to fight for the center. That bishop on c8, not happy for the time being.
I don't know why, but my OCD is satisfied by the fact that both of their ratings are exactly the same. I don't know why that's satisfying to me, but it is.
Well, now you don't have to choose who's the favorite. We know that they're precisely the same at the moment, at least until next game. Take on f6. So if knight e5, now knight d6, or is there knight d6? You might take on e5.
Massaging those squares. You could play queen c7 and toss the knight away, probably force the trade.
And he goes for that.
Black is, again, man, how many times has Vokhidov had this outpost on d5? And 20 extra seconds to boot.
Well, he needs to make use of it because we've seen good positions spoiled.
Good move. Bishop e7, bishop c5. That bishop running amok here.
And watching for rook takes f2, by the way.
Bishop e3, I think, should be. But then knight takes e3 and bishop c5.
Yeah, that looks very important. And rook takes f2. Is it a threat?
Rook f2, rook f8. It ends the game.
It's
rook
done.
f2, rook f8.
Oh, he's just not seeing these things.
Rook f2 still. But it's for some reason, it's not as effective. He places on an f3 and walks right into queen e2, bishop e4.
And now rook f8.
And he finally plays one of these tactical moves. There's mate. Bishop f2.
Checkmate. Well, this is
rook
f2 mate. Yeah.
There's one.
And at this point, Danya, it doesn't matter how it happens. He's winning games. That's all that he cares about.
Yep. And wow, wait. Mate, there's mate in 2. Queen e3, rook c8. Queen e3, rook c8.
To see rook c8, it's like you're focused so much down the f file. Queen e1, free queen.
Bishop e3, rook c8 again. But there's bishop takes h7 check. Don't miss it.
He's not going to miss it.
Yeah, but he's finding the least efficient way to win this game.
It's taking time. Oh, why resign? Use your clock. Oh, that actually.
I told you, Robert. I think Kirill is just so confident that he's going to win this that, he doesn't see the need to milk the clock.
I think that's part of it. I also think he's just respectful as a human being. A4. There it is. Stop him from castling. But I was say I think he's just respectful. So when he's completely lost, he just resigns out of habit. But you need to milk the match clock.
93 though, Kirill has repeated the line, which I didn't like Black's position. I don't like Black's position at all. It's super passive, no plan. Rook b1's another great move, trying to discourage b6. And here comes the knight again.
Oh gosh, knight d2 is always possible. It's queen d2. He wants queen c3.
Gosh, knight e6, but Kirill finds a way to gymnastics his way out of it.
Yeah. I don't know if we can use that as a verb, but
to gymnastics. You get what I'm saying.
Of course I do. By the way, if bishop e6, maybe there's like queen e3 type tactics. He stopped it. But I was trying to say if b6, you just take it.
This is eerily similar to the last game.
Oh.
But in that game, he allowed Kirill's pawn to move to b5. This time he doesn't repeat the mistake. He's like, I am making sure that this b pawn is never moving again.
As I look at this position, I just think that white's better, and yet somehow it just says slightly better. It looks quite a bit
I'm
better.
worried about is that Shamsuddin will not find a plan, and eventually Kirill will get activity on the king side. Shamsuddin will get into time pressure and blunder a tactic.
Well,
That's the arc of a lot of these games.
It has been, but he's going for the e5 one. He induced f6, that bishop on g7, bad bishop protecting good pawns. And look at this. He's going to go up on the king side. Knight h4. Watch out for queen e2, queen g4.
And watch out for the light squares, though, which he's weakened to knight g5 and queen h3. Okay, h5 instead. Does he go f4? Is that too risky? Probably.
He goes rook f1 first. He wants f4, and he wants it now. There it is.
And he plays it.
This looks terrible for black.
He's doing a phenomenal job here. If that pawn moves to f5, crunching through all of black's weak pawns, this looks lost completely.
And now the knight on h3 is hanging to boot. So take on it.
Whoa.
Good try, though.
Maybe just e takes up. No. F takes e5. And the knight can return to g5 and queen can come into h3, and it's getting a little unclear.
Knight g5, maybe rook f5. I don't know if it works, but I'm going.
Wow, what a move. But now queen h3, and now he gets activity.
Taken. Oh my gosh, there's no.
But e4 is really weak. All of a sudden, here we go with this again.
Oh.
Here we go with this again. Knight g6 and knight f4.
Oh, wow. He found a tactic there.
Rook e4. Rook e4.
Oh, we got no king g6 maybe?
Rook takes d5? Whoa.
What? Just take that back. And knight. You take on
knight f4. There's rook e2. It doesn't work. 10 seconds.
Throws in the check. Okay, rook f6. There's king g7. So rook f6 now is a huge threat. Rook f6.
Rook f6. It wins. It
Queen
mates.
g5. It's mate.
It mates. Yep.
Oh my goodness.
And another win for Vokhidov.
And a quick shout out to Fizzy Live for the 5 gifted subs. We see you. We appreciate it. But that is a win for Vokhidov. It's a 4-point match down here. 15 minutes remain. That is more than enough time.
Huge game right here, because if he can win another one, he cuts the lead in half. And just saying that to himself will give him a lot more confidence. Here we go.
Okay, we're seeing this position unfold right now. Again, with this control of the d5 score, maybe an eventual f2 to f4 for white. But right now, black is solid.
Yes, he is. Rook a1, both sides playing a little bit more positionally. White's plan ultimately is to push this f1, but obviously that comes with a price tag. They are literally repeating the same exact line from the previous game that they had.
Oh, the rook is already on d1. Because remember, last time black played c6 and we saw a trade on f6. Now c6 is not possible.
Exactly. c6, knight f6, and you always lose that d6 pawn, and it's a hard thing to... Okay, he goes knight back to d6. I like that move. Now c6 just chases the knight away, but still weakens the pawn.
And he plays c5 directly. He wants knight d4, and the bishop takes d5 at the right moment. He wants to leave white with that bad bishop on g2, although based on the move h4, there could be bishop h3 for white.
Knight plants itself on d4. I still like white's position. I feel like white's play on the king side is easier than any plan that black could come up with here. Take the h pawn.
Take on d5.
I would throw an f4 at one of these moments.
I'm just taking on d5. I really want to get rid of that knight.
Get rid of that knight. And he plays f4.
He takes it. It's a good move.
What is white going to recapture?
Would you take again? That. Yes, for sure. Oh my goodness. E4?
I don't like this at all.
He just queen g5? Oh, f7 was hanging, but he defends f7 first.
Maybe sack the exchange, but that just doesn't look it.
Whoa!
What a move!
Out of nowhere, but a great choice.
Amazing recognition. You can't capture either way. Maybe you can take with a rook, and maybe you actually should, because if you don't take, then white takes on c5 and gets a protected pass for rook e5.
He wants a travel check, and rook f5 is red as well.
Oh. So should white go g4?
Oh my goodness, that queen h4
that gives up the h4 square. Oh, and then knight e2.
Wow, and rook h5, now dc5, he wins a pawn.
d6 and bishop d5 maybe? No, that's not going to work. Rook f5, take it. And bishop b7, take it. Bishop b7, still alive.
Yeah, you get two rooks.
White's king is going to be wide open.
But you can't get down this low on the clock. Oh, he takes there.
I don't like this.
Rook d7, anybody?
Oh, but he lets the pawn run free. No, rook b1 was terrible.
That was a really, really bad move.
Oh, now rook c7. He's got a big chance to win this.
Queen f5, queen h5 checks. So you have to be careful when you move that rook away. Queen
and
f5.
Here comes the other pawn, d7. Whoa, stopping queen h5.
Queen f2? There was queen f2 and rook b2.
Oh, that would have been a shot. Now he's passive.
Yeah, no, he's done.
And the rook, wait, how does white actually win this, though?
Move the rook anywhere, like b7.
No, but queen c6, he blundered the pawn!
I blundered it too! Oh my goodness!
Oh no, now the wheels come off completely. He should still be able to draw this, but with 2 seconds, he blunders the other one!
He lost them both?
Oh my god, he can't even win the rook in return.
And how quickly those pawns just went away. And here come blacks with queen e2. You have to go
How
rook f2.
did that happen? Queen f2.
Take everything. Done. And don't resign. Don't resign. Play. No, just make moves.
Oh my god.
Did he just take his jacket off?
Shevchenko Vokhidov.
Is Shevchenko taking? He's just taking a jacket off. He's ready now. He's like, all right, it's getting serious. The robe is off. Getting in the ring. Let's do this. And Vokhidov has won 3 straight games, Danya.
Can I make a confession to you?
Yes.
I thought Vokhidov had white that entire game. It didn't look properly. I was about to say Shevchenko extends his lead, and then I was like, wait, no, Vokhidov was black? And that's a huge win. How did he do that?
It was a huge win. Look at this position. I do not believe in the rouser in bullet chess. There's just no way the rouser can be good for black and bullet.
Too many structural weaknesses, but I guess if he knows it really well, you know, that counterbalances the fact that it's a super risky opening. And I think he's doing great. He's confident.
I think that white should be very happy about this.
White's plan here is to get to that e6 pawn. That is the key to the kingdom. If you can eliminate that pawn, black's whole position collapses.
And he's
queen h4, e5.
Oh gosh, he starts e5.
Crunch. And now look at black's king. How many avenues there are to the black king.
So you just want to take twice in e5 to queen e5, queen f2. Nice.
And Vokhidov, he seems to be super comfortable here as well. He's got 50 seconds on the clock. He's got a huge attack.
Look at Shevchenko. He's like, he just looks frazzled. I mean, he's trying to motivate himself to get back into this, but all of a sudden the momentum is with Vokhidov. We took the F pawn.
Oh, but now queen h4 and the F file is open and the rook is streaming in.
Oh, queen h4, queen g5. Oh my gosh.
Hither and thither, the white queen swings. Queen d4, a7. Can black contain all of the pathways?
I don't think so. Queen g5 is queen d4 as well.
Oh, and queen f6 if queen c5.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's thinking.
Zigs. Okay, queen d4. Queen d4 is crucial.
He's going to go there. There he goes. And watch out for bishop move to h7 or something.
Oh my goodness, everything is hanging. Queen a7, bishop d7. Where's the cruncher?
How about bishop f5? Oh, rook g1 to g7 also looks good.
Surgical.
Oh my gosh.
This is destruction. Rook g7, queen a7.
Queen a7.
I would start with rook g7.
Yeah, rook g7 is really nice. Because king e8, bishop
f7,
g6.
queen a7.
Oh my goodness, king f6.
Last chance.
Rook g6 check. There's rook g6.
King back to e7. Maybe he's holding on.
I don't believe it. He has no time.
He's got no time. He's got 3 seconds. He doesn't see what to do. Rook f1 check is made. Rook f1.
Oh, queen g1 out of nowhere.
Rook f1 check, queen g1 check, and then queen g6 made. But he's got plenty of time to find it. And will he see it?
Oh, he goes. No. He can repeat.
He didn't find it. This is still. This is not over.
Oh, that's a free rook.
Queen c7, it's not over. Queen c7.
And queen e5.
He resigned.
Yeah, but that's smart. That's a smart resignation, but that might already be enough for Shevchenko. 8.5 minutes remain.
Holy smokes. He literally had made it would have been a 2-point game, a 2-point match. Oh,
he handed him a rook.
He played queen a7 and then rook g7. He panicked. Shevchenko found a defense and he panicked.
Wow.
And is there enough time for 4 games? There might be, Robert.
I remember he just has to start the 4th game before zeros are on the clock. So there is enough time, but he has to win every game from here on out.
And he's got to win at least one of them pretty fast. And it doesn't, I already don't like where this is heading. White's got a lot of activity here.
Yes, and I mean, the open B file is good for that rook that's sitting on B1. The bishop on C8 a little stuck for the moment.
He takes D5. White's got activity so important. But activity and a safe game. Those are the 2 ingredients to successful bullet play. And I really neither of them.
I do like knight F5. I mean, at some point you're gonna have to start sending things, right? But I guess F5, there's this D2 pawn, which normally isn't there. So when the bishop moves, you can then start challenging black center.
Queen e2 up to e3. White's got f4. Lots of active plans. He gives up e7. I feel like Vokhidov, the wheels are coming off.
Yeah, no, I think he regrets that previous rook g7 move.
Oh, and now is there queen? I would just go queen up to e3 and potentially infiltrate through a7. Queen e3. Queen e3 is crushing.
Yeah, he's going to play e4, but as you said, queen comes to a7. That's a problem. Or c5 at some point.
Vokhidov is tilting this one away, and can you blame him?
No. Queen d4 followed by c5 is that's to win a piece.
Oh, the rook c5 and rook c1.
Oh, there's a check down there.
One last trap. He might fall for it.
Oh my gosh.
He might fall for it.
Oh, rook c5.
Oh, and he saw it in time, but this is our game.
Oh my goodness.
Rook takes d7. There was rook c1 check intermezzo, but now he's threatening it. And how do you defend it? He's
Bishop
not threatening it
c8.
still.
Bishop
It's
c8.
still not a threat because of rook c4. Rook e7. No.
That would be wild.
6 and d6? No, that's too speculative.
And wow, what an oversight there that keeps Vokhidov in the match.
No, but I don't see him pulling this one away. The king is still in dire straits with the potential for a discovery. He's in zugzwang.
Does he go king g8, king h7? Is he running? No,
He
king
has
g8
to, but he's got no time.
Rook e7.
Oh, great eye and d6. a3, and he's in total zugzwang.
Wow, he goes that way. But queen h8?
King f7, where's the win? King h2, cold-blooded.
Okay. Fighting back? Wait, bishop b5 check. Bishop b5!
Oh, it's me! You have to go to f7.
Gosh, it's checkmate. And that's the match.
F7.
Kirill Shevchenko is going to move on, justifying his 6th seed in this tournament.
Wow. What an incredible finale. And as usual, the final score, whatever it is not going to tell the full story of this match.
No, I mean, how many games did Vokhidov just have Shevchenko on the verge of defeat, and then suddenly, in a 2-move sequence, the evaluation switches hands?
And as somebody in the chat pointed out, it's not even the first time that he blunders a rook specifically in a winning position. And it just seemed like he got flustered in situations where he could feel that he was winning, but he couldn't find the finishing blow. Some of those tactics, some of those mates, some of those sequences, he just didn't find. And that did him in.
Wow, and he's going to probably take this one because that knight on a1 looks pretty trapped back there. Bishop d5 check and knight a3 will win that knight in the corner, and it's too little too late.
5 minutes now remaining in the match and a 5-point lead to boot. Wow. Wow,
Let's take that pawn. Yeah, this one is a win in the making for Vokhidov. He just couldn't convert a number of completely winning positions, and that's why it's a 5-point lead for now. I think Shevchenko played a great match. Both these players did, but Shevchenko, it felt like he blundered a little less.
And I feel like coming into the next match, we'll definitely ask Kirill what he thinks, but he's got to improve his openings. I feel like if he improves his openings and he puts himself in a position to win every game, his middle game play has been nothing short of fantastic.
100% true. And he is like 2650 FIDE classical. His over the board chess, he's on the rise. But something about today, he just never felt comfortable in the early parts of the game. And yet he's still winning this match by 5 points. It goes to show just how strong he is.
Why do I feel like he's going to win this game? I don't know why. I just get that sense. But this is
H4.
He's still trying. But the knight is too strong. The pawns are too weak.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got too little time. Oh, F3 is a great move. And here goes another one. He's just going to resign this.
Nah, he's just going to play it out just because of the match clock, I guess. But it's already decided, right? With 3 minutes and change remaining and 5-point spread, he will win this match, no matter how many of the next games he loses.
Yeah, but you also called it too many blunders, too many one-move. We're not talking tactical oversights. We're talking one-move piece blunders.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to limit those if you're to beat a player of Shevchenko's caliber.
Yeah,
good ideas with that for.
That would be funny. I don't think we're being harsh in the slightest when we call them blunders and talk about it.
Sorry. I keep interrupting you because I keep still looking at the game.
Yeah, knight c7 with a monster fork.
Okay. Continue, please.
And knight b6, bishop f4 mate. Knight b6, and bishop f4 is mate.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm saying is the games that he was throwing away, it's like he would be the most critical of himself. It's not like there's anything complex. He just simply blundered away in one move on a number of occasions.
You are exactly correct. Well, now it's down to 4, but it's purely cosmetic. The match is decided. Kirill Shevchenko is into the next round.
Yeah, and maybe a few extra bucks for Vokhidov because some of the prize is split by win percentage.
And I should echo for once what Smarter Chess is saying in the chat. I know that's a very dangerous thing to do. It goes against our religion, but every JSCC match has been fantastic so far. And we're not just saying that to say it. It really has been. It's been edge of your seat entertainment, whether it's been a 1-point match or a 5-point match. You can always sense the effort that each and every one of these participants is putting in.
Yeah, there's been preparation. There's just been hard-fought games while they're in the midst of a very intense match. And you can see the emotions in many of these players. We have them on camera. You can see them, freaking out at their own blunders, trying to rev themselves up for the next game after botching a good position. So right now there's a knight on d6. It looks great for white, and then all of a sudden e4 happens, and you realize, is bishop d1 going to be played? And you're it's first-rank chess.
Well, this is how Vokhidov should have played. This is the speed with which he should have played at the very start. But another thing that I'm asking myself, Robert, consistently as I watch these matches, is anybody displaying the level of play necessary to beat Nihal Sarin? Because let's be real, he is the one to beat. He is the Stephen Curry, right? He is the head honcho. And right now, so far, I haven't seen the kind of play display that will beat Nihal in a long match. But plenty of first-round matches still left, including Nihal's own match against Aroniak Ghosh.
Yeah, so you're right that Nihal is the favorite. He is just an absolute monster. Rook takes d2, bishop takes d3 about to happen, and black may take this one. But it's hard because you know who wasn't a match for Nihal Sarin? Alexander Grishuk and Richard Rapport, right? He beat both of them in the Speed Chess Championship. So, it's really difficult to see which of these junior players can fight Nihal Sarin in this format. We'll see how Raonic does. We'll see how Arjun Erigaisi and some of the others. But of course, Nihal Sarin is the favorite.
No question about it. And as Vokhidov picks up the rest of White's pawns, he will win this game. It will be a 3-point match in the end. But Kirill has wrapped it up. That's it. This is officially the last game.
Bishop. Oh my gosh. There's
if the pawn had been an h3, it would have been mate.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Like he's setting it up.
He's trying to mate him. Ooh,
Whoa.
King h3. Just take the pawn.
Yeah, the pawn was hanging.
Bishop c5. Bishop c5. Actually, whoa. That might have led to checkmate.
What is happening?
Why is black losing all of... Okay, now he's winning the pawns again. But no, it's not over. Bishop, king g2.
Oh, the rook's hanging.
How is black only up 1 pawn? Can you explain that to me?
I can't.
Okay, black is still completely winning.
Yeah, let's push the b pawn. And
thankfully, okay. Bishop d2. No. Because then if he played b3, he would have given it up with check.
Yeah, he got it now. b3.
And it's all over. He wins the battle, but not the war. Kirill Shevchenko goes through with excellent all-around play, consistency, and he kept his composure in that last attempt at a comeback by Vokhidov.
Yeah, he was up 6 points at some point in the bullet segment here, and Vokhidov went on a winning streak. He went for the turkey 3 in a row, and that 4th game was completely winning for Vokhidov. He blunders his rook on g7, going from a winning advantage to immediately a loss, and maybe that made the ultimate difference, but it doesn't matter. The result is in the books. It is Kirill Shevchenko, and we'll have him join us for the call after this short break in the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. Go king
Wait
g4.
a moment. Knight back to f1. Amazing. Oh my god, you have to.
Oh, stalemate!
He should have made a bishop. He could have flagged him with a bishop.
Oh my gosh.
Does David Anton? Oh, David Anton is slightly worse tiebreaks. Fedoseev still qualified.
Wait, no.
He didn't.
No, he didn't. And David Anton qualifies. The stalemate gets him through.
This is unreal.
Oh my gosh.
He surpasses Fedoseev, poor Vladimir, by less than one tiebreak point. And
oh my goodness.
Auto queen on. Kovalyov is cursed in this tournament.
Yeah, he got checkmated by Anish Giri in an unlosable position.
But how do you draw this endgame? Oh my gosh. How is this even possible?
And we're back here with the winner of the match, Kirill Shevchenko. And Kirill, first of all, congratulations. But I have to ask, first and foremost, how are you doing? I mean, with everything that's going on and the tough situation, I just want to make sure that everything's as good as possible on your end, because we deeply care about you and all Ukrainians.
Well, first of all, thank you for congratulations. Yeah. Well, actually, now I am in Germany. I found some safe place, and took my grandmother and young brother with me. But we was staying in Ukraine for 1 month, and actually I left the Kiev on the second or third day after the war started. But actually there was no real safe place, so I always used to say to everyone that I saw every single Russian weapon, except maybe tanks. I didn't say any tank, but I've heard explosions, and I saw them, and I saw many planes. So yeah, I actually understand what's happening. But fortunately, my parents, well, they are in Kiev, but fortunately, it's not a big problem now for Kiev. But of course, east of our country are in very big danger, and of course, I don't know what to say, because for me it's very difficult to predict what's going to be next, because they have very large army, and even the sanctions doesn't really work a lot. But a lot of people predict that the war is going to be continued like 3 months, it's minimum, and it's very hurts, because actually have a lot of my relatives, my parents and my grandfather in Kiev, so they live there, and of course they hear some explosions. Many of our, well, the reason why we lived in Kiev, it was on the second day of the war. The rocket hit the house, which was half kilometer about from us, and that's why I decided, okay, we should leave that. And I understood we are alive, and we are in very good situation. So I decided to somehow to help our people. And thanks to Hikaru Nakamura, he made a very big charity stream, and we raised a lot of money. I hope they went to the right hands and help a lot of people. So yeah, that's the situation, because as I know, not a lot of Ukrainians after European Championship went back to Ukraine, and so some of them stays in Germany, some of them stays in Poland. But I had no another choice, because it was really impossible to continue the career in Ukraine, because we cannot leave the country. I am 19 and we cannot, because from 18 to 60 and so on. That was the only idea. So I cannot really help our people with like if I go to army, so I can just help them like financial way or something like that.
Well, Kirill, we really appreciate you sharing your experience. I can't imagine what you went through, what you're still going through, and we wish the very best to your family, your parents, your grandparents, but I'm very happy to hear that you're safe. And you played a fantastic match. Let's focus on the positive. You won very convincingly, but there were some ups and downs. Can you walk us through what your overall feelings are about the match? And in particular, as Shamsuddin was making that comeback in the bullet, how did you keep yourself calm? And what did you tell yourself before you made that last push?
Yeah, first of all, I think honestly it was very bad match from quality points of view. I think we did a lot of blunders, and well, I feel I was in very bad shape, and he probably was too. But I actually tried to somehow. Well, the second game was very interesting. We played the hedgehog system, and then I decided to sacrifice the queen. I'm not sure if it was really good decision, but it was at least very interesting. But in time trouble, I get something upside down and went to draw. Maybe it was losing position, but yeah, he had very interesting opening preparation. I consider that he really prepared very well, and so this system in Philidor with G6, I play a lot of time, and no one played Queen E2, which is really terrible move for Black, because they can't really develop their pieces normally, and so that means he prepared really good. And actually, Queen E2 wasn't really first line of computer; that was third or fourth. And it doesn't give big advantage for White, but it's easy to play for him. So yeah, and he prepares Sicilian for Black is very good. So I decided to play Paulsen because I never played it in my career, and I decided, okay, let's try something new. And I don't know how it went, but it was quite interesting, some new positions. And yeah, so before the bullet games, I don't know. I was sure if I get normal position from the opening, I will somehow outplay him. But he really went very well after his first lose, yeah, and then he 4 games won. So I decided to stop playing Latin because I have many games in internet. For example, that title Tuesday I played a lot, and he prepared every single variation I played there. So okay, I decided I will play something else, but no matter what, not Aladdin anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Kirill, I think everything you're saying, we were echoing that. And it felt like in the opening stage, he was extremely well prepared, and you often were down something like a minute on the clock. So going forward for your next match, whether you play Hans Niemann or Velimir Ivic, do you think that you need to have specific opening preparation for the match, or what would you change going forward?
Yeah, probably. Mostly, of course, I should be more fresh and solve some tactics before the match, because I tried to solve tactics, but I wasn't really fresh, so I just blundered in one move. The things I shouldn't blunder on my level, it's obvious. But yeah, we will see, because if it's more important to get normal position from opening, yeah, and then just play game. Like, yeah, but I must say that he really prepared well and didn't expect that.
Kirill, one last question for me. Regarding your next match, you will be playing the winner of Hans Niemann against Velimir Ivic. Do you have any experience with either of these players? And if so, is there someone that you would rather play?
Well, we played with Velimir Ivic on some World and European Youth Championship, but actually not a lot of times. And about Hans Niemann actually started to hear recently. So both of them are very talented, and it's going to be roughly equal match. So it's impossible to predict who will win, but I think it's going to be like a very intense match.
For sure. Well, we'll let you get your rest. You just played a very intense match yourself, and congratulations once more. We look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Thank you.
And that was Kirill Shevchenko, everybody. As we bring up the bracket here, he awaits the winner in the bottom right-hand side of your screen of Velimir Ivic and Hans Niemann. So, Danya, I just have to say that, it was really difficult to hear everything he was saying initially. He's been through a lot. He's been posting on social media, organizing events to help his Ukrainian people. And I am so glad that he has found safety in this time, but it's just heartbreaking to hear those stories and to be able to play the way he played today with everything else that's going on. And it shows he's an unbelievably talented player.
I know, I'm biased and this will be cliche, but first of all, chess players are some of the mentally strongest people you will find to be able to continue playing when this is going on. It's unimaginable. And it also shows us what's important in life. And the fact that his family is staying safe is incredibly important to all of us. So we wish him the very, very best. You just can't help but root for someone like that.
Yeah. And very humble. I mean, you heard as he talked about the match, he was just giving compliment after compliment to Vokhidov with the preparation that he felt uncomfortable. And if we speak specifically about the JSCC, he will need to work on those openings. And he said he will. He needs to be a bit fresher, work on his puzzles, but you cannot afford to be down a minute on the clock game after game. He got away with it today, but a second time, I don't know if he'll be so fortunate.
And this ability to make changes from match to match, I think that's one of the keys to staying alive in the JSCC, diagnosing very specifically what you did wrong in the match, and then actually making those changes. And both Velimir Ivic and Hans Niemann, whoever wins their match is going to be very hungry to keep going. Both of them are incredibly strong. We'll see if Kirill Shevchenko has what it takes to institute those changes in the next match.
Well, he definitely had what it took today. He takes down Shamsiddin Vokhidov, and he moves on to the quarterfinals of the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. I want to thank everybody in the chat. You always are being so supportive of chess, and in particular of events like these hosted by chess.com. So really thank you all. And thank you to you, Danya. We trade jokes at each other's expense, but it always is an absolute pleasure. I have the best time commentating alongside you. So thanks for being alongside with me for the ride.
Robert, I'm touched, and I feel exactly the same way. We wanted to remind you that the next match, you don't have to wait very long. Oh my goodness, is this a mouthwatering matchup? Pragnananda against Christopher Yu. This is a marquee matchup you do not want to miss, and it is coming your way bright and early. It'll be a great way to start the week. Monday, April 18th, this coming Monday at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern time. I don't care what you have, what kind of meeting you have. If you're trying to go for a job, cancel everything and do not miss Prague against Christopher Yu on Monday.
And Christopher Yu, it says I am. He's just waiting for the official word of his GM title going through. He has all his norms. He has the rating. It just needs to be become official by FIDE. But as you said, that match will be around the corner. But first, the Rapid Chess Championship continues this weekend. You'll have the call with the one and only Danny Wrench. So enjoy that. And for all of you, enjoy your Fridays, enjoy your weekends, and keep enjoying chess. We'll see you soon.